again? I'm not afraid to say the word. I know it's not popular around here, but.
I say there's accounting for it in the budget for unfilled vacancies that will potentially not be filled throughout the year. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I know there's accounting for it, but I don't see, I'm looking at also using the big book on page 166, and we have removed that line item from the big budget book, so it's already been, that 1.2 or the attrition has already been accounted for in that $12 million number I'm looking at.
Yes.
And didn't count towards that increase I was talking of almost 20% in full-time salaries. Okay, I'll go on to other council members. I see Councilman Carlisle, then Councilman Ford and Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My questions were among the same. I guess, so our forecast for FY21 is roughly $9.94 million. When you go full-time salaries wrapping up through sick leave. In FY20, the wrap up is roughly call it 9.1 million. And so, to Councilman Morgan's point, we're now looking at an ask of 11.9 million when you wrap those numbers up. It's a $1.235 million difference. I don't fully understand a couple things. One, yeah, like it seems optimistic. And two, if we've had that many vacancies throughout the year, how are we still within, $500,000 of what our adopted budget was with 45 vacancies throughout the year? And then secondly to that, when you go down to overtime, we're forecasting $434,000 of overtime, but March year to date, we've only spent $93,000. So how are we about to make up $300,000 worth of overtime?
So overtime is a function of seasonality.
Okay.
So we do like right now, we are, because we had a backlog with paving last year in-house because of COVID, we had shutdowns, code enforcement. So right now, everybody's actually doing a lot of overtime. So we are using, we're going to be actually utilizing quite a bit of overtime. We usually wait until the spring because I don't have any idea what's going to happen in the summer and in the winter months. Sometimes the winter months can be a very extensive amount. Storms, other things happen that kind of really can require a lot of overtime. So, so we have the opportunity because we have such a need of overtime to push it out for this year. So it's actively going on now. So there will be quite a bit of expensive overtime happening in this last quarter. I understand that having 45 vacancies in the complement does raise questions. I've come to this is my 7th time, I think, presenting the budget for these funds and explaining that we are always actively trying to fill these positions. They are needed. I want to fill them. We would be better off to have those positions filled and not have them. We're in a market situation that it's been very difficult to get them filled more timely. Hopefully that'll change. Especially certain critical areas like code enforcement. I really want to get those positions filled. And street maintenance, I really want to get those positions filled as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, and it seems like CDL seems to be a common theme through all these departments, which is interesting, just as a note. I think for me, I'd like to get an update somewhere halfway through the year from some of these divisions that seemingly are having these issues to see if it's improved at all as we come out of this thing. In particular, some of the hot button areas like CDL, trying to incentivize drivers for the city and under contract. Code enforcement, are your code enforcers still Monday through Friday, 8 to 5? What are you guys up to these days?
We have a swing shift.
Okay.
So the normal main shift is Monday through Friday. Then we have a swing shift that is goes into like 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's Tuesday through Saturday.
Yeah. So
now we also may do Sunday too. We kind of shift it around depending on what we see as a need. But we did add that shift to expand our operation hours because it was important to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I had $1.2 million extra, knowing that the council's in there, at this point, I know those jobs have to be filled, but I'd almost cut that in half and figure out a way to expand the hours and function of code enforcement at least for a period of time. But I know and I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but I just know it's a constant rub for all of us. and I'm sure my colleagues get this all the time, but I always get questions of, you know, hey, look, I appreciate code enforcement, but most of the things that happen are the We Buy Houses sign go up on a, you know, Saturday at 1 p.m. They're gone by Monday at, you know, 7:30 a.m. or whatever is occurring. It's typically those bad actors seemingly know when we are around and when we're not. And I know you've been looking on ways to find revenues to expand code enforcement, but again, when I'm looking at your budget and I'm looking at some of, I'll call it excess for now, I really would like to see just if there's any opportunity to look at expanding the hours and coverage of our current code enforcement, and it may have to be through the overtime line. Last question, and then I'll read. The cameras, you mentioned the camera program, I think earlier in the last few months. Are these the cameras that are affixed to our busing system? No. Okay. So two things that you struck a memory to me. We are expanding environmental enforcement hours. The environmental enforcement is the entity that manages illegal dumping and the other things. So we are going to be adding different shifts to that organization. So we have additional coverage in similar to what we're doing with code enforcement. The cameras are trail cameras. Okay, they're covert. They're on mobile. They're mobile data. So we can watch them remotely and track them. So we obviously don't publicize, but there we have 65. I've ordered another 100. So we are going to have about 165. So one of the staffing plans that we're trying to work on is part of what you're talking about. Something we're working on about legal dumping operational change is to add people to monitor those cameras and also tackle this a little more intensely. I'm talking about the paving cameras. You're going to use. I thought you were. What technology are you going to start using in order to monitor the roads? Okay. Right. I thought we were fixing cameras for some reason to matabuses to look at our road conditions. So there are 4 different camera systems that I'm deploying, okay? One is a covert I talked about for illegal dumping. The other one is the Google project where we're putting cameras on street sweepers and other vehicles that are going to use to identify potholes and other issues. Then we have buses that we're using the matabuses as well for that program as well. And then we have some other cameras that we've obtained that we're looking to use to help us with the street assessment side of it. And so we're going to have a lot of different technologies being utilized for various functions and services. And the Google one is the one that's going to really outshine all of them because we're talking about using it as a blight tool as well. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I'm really excited to see how that works. Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Last year, we appropriated $15,000 to cut some cemeteries. Okay? They wouldn't cut, they're cutting them now. Okay? They're doing a very good job. Everybody in the neighborhood has been calling me and saying thank you. Okay? We appropriated $15,000. I talked with my son on the county side. They did the same thing for $15,000. I know there was not enough money, period. You got Hollywood Cemetery, you got Mount Carmel Cemetery, you got Rose Hill Cemetery. I can't think of the name of the cemetery right there on Parkway and Donovan. Historical Cemetery and Union Forever Cemetery. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know there's not enough money. I would like the council to give you some more money, administration, and then I want to go on the county side and see if they will match it again. It looks good. They're out at Mount Carmel Cemetery today. They did Hollywood Cemetery this past Saturday. Okay? My phone keep ringing saying, tell them thank you. Okay? From all of us. And I'm just asking, how much would it kind of cost to finish cutting all these other cemeteries? Because I know you're going to be running out of a little money. That's where we can try to go to the county side, see if they'll match some funds if we can find it. Because, hey, it's very much so needed. Can you tell me?
So the first 3 cost $38,000 just for the first 3. I don't have the final quotes for the other 2. So we're probably going to be at least another $15,000. So we're probably talking about $53,000 to $55,000 for all 5.
For all 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's just estimate based on the.
So we're kind of short $8,000.
Yeah, we're already $38,000 for 3, so we're already.
So you're looking at what, 50? Right.
About 53 to 55, I believe, for the total for all of them. So you're looking at about another 10 to 15,000 for the other ones, for the other two. They're averaging about that much per.
Okay. Can I ask the administration, see what we can try to do on that? And then I'll talk with Sunset Addiction that they do have. That's where we can get all of them done. But I do want to thank you on that because, like I said, hey, my phone was ringing because, hey, it wasn't cut. And now it's ringing because, hey, that looks very, very well. And they need to kind of be kept up. Actually, what really kind of happened, the reason why we ended up doing it, you had everybody from the correctional center was cutting it. But due to COVID, they could not cut it. That's where we ended up doing that. But I appreciate it. And, hey, the cemeteries are looking very, very nice. I went through all of them. And that's why I know, hey, they're over at Mount Carmel, and that was one of the worst ones. So I know they're having problems. But I'd like to get back with you, see if we can get that in administration, if y'all can work, and see what we can do along with the county again, and try to get that other little bit to help. I appreciate you now. You're back, okay?
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you, Chair, so much, and thank you, Connect, for all that you're doing. Did have a couple questions. I know they're talking about you having an extra $1 million+ and my question to you: do you have enough? Because how many code inspectors do you actually have? Is this? I'm looking at 135.
Total code inspectors is 48, if I recall. Total is 48 positions.
How does 48 people cover the entire city?
Well, we did add 17 positions last year, right? We were at a lower number than that. So we have already increased the complement to add second shift. We've broken the city up into sections to try to make it as easy as possible. It is an opportunity. With the commercial side as well, we're trying to expand commercial to be a little more strict on commercial because I have anti-neglect code enforcement as well. My goal is, and it has been, and I've talked about it before, is I'm trying to find new revenue sources to supplement. I would like to not make it a general fund cost. My goal has always been to try to find revenue to offset those costs and then make it a little more sustainable through that side of practice. It's just COVID and other things have made it difficult to move forward with some of those ideas. That would be the ideal situation. So that way it's more based on the causation, not on the general fund itself. I was hoping to do that through either fees or other types of fines.
Okay, what is the average salary of one code inspector?
With benefits, it's 47 without benefits, right? And I believe it's 35% on top of that. My math is quick, about 52. No, 62. About 62 with benefits. Yeah.
How many complaints or 311 inquiries do y'all get a day? And why I'm asking this question is because a lot of people complain that they call, they give it to 311. They're not nobody is coming out investigating on the issue, and I can only make the assumption it's just not enough staff. I mean,
so
48 for entire city.
So if you look at our performance over the last year, we took on a lot of special tasks with COVID, right? Code enforcement was tasked with the mask ordinance enforcement and the health directives. And so we saw during that time period that we did not really have a significant rise now in the number of service requests. Now we average about 37,000, 40,000 service requests a year in code enforcement. We're number 2. Solid waste is number 1, but we're number 2 in terms of service requests that come into the city historically. Our SLA is 5 days in terms of once we get a notice to actually address it. We've been within that SLA all year. So we do a good job of actually, once we get a complaint, putting our eyes on it and then making a determination what needs to be done. One of the biggest limitations from us last year was court. Court was closed most of the year. It just reopened recently, so we are getting a backlog of cases before the judge. I would like to have, once we get full staff, as I mentioned before, we're short about 14 code inspectors right now, and then getting all those positions filled a non-COVID year with our full swing shift, see how we do, and then talk about whether or not our complement is satisfactory, Council.
And I'm asking that also because what's happening is some people are being cited and other people are not being cited, with fines per se. And if you had more people, maybe it would be more consistent across the board, especially like on Saturdays when people are out there with those professional tree trimmers that you don't get to see, but the trees are left. And then there comes the city picking it up. But then if the city lucks up on somebody seeing a professional tree trimmer, they charge them for it. And everybody's not being charged the same. And that's what I say, it's not consistent enough, and I don't know if it's because of lack of staff or whatever. Now, the other question is, you mentioned they had to have a certification. Can you tell me something about that certification?
Yes, ma'am. So when we changed the housing code. The original, the city's ordinance on housing code had been unchanged since the 80s. But because the construction code utilizes the International Building Code, we went through and did an analysis and decided to adopt the International Property Maintenance Code, which falls under ICC, which is a companion to the building code. We felt that was the most seamless way to kind of share responsibility from the construction and then the maintenance side. So we presented to council, it's almost 18 months ago, and we changed the housing code and adopted that IMPC, the International Property Maintenance Code. When we did that, we then went to our inspection. We looked at the job description for the code inspectors and made it a requirement that they get a certification under that IMPC. So so what we do require when we hire somebody to that code inspector is we would like you to have it, but we're going to train you for that role and that certification process, provide you all the materials, and help you become successful. And then they have to take the test and pass it in order to keep the position.
Okay, you got to pass it every year. It's a one-time pass.
One time.
How well are your individual applicants doing as far as passing that test and being able to stay on board, and what's going to happen if they don't pass the test?
So we have about 12 people right now who've been unsuccessul at last count of getting the certification.
Out of your 48? Okay, that's
well, I have some vacancies. So there's about 10 or 12 people that we are working very closely with. We've given them notice that they need to complete the certification in order to keep their position. That it is a requirement in order for you to keep the position to get the certification. So if they don't complete that process and successfully get their certification, then they would be separated.
Okay. What's the time period for them to get this certification?
We originally gave them a year, and it's been longer than a year. We gave them extensions because of COVID. So we are probably in that final stages now of 60 to 90 days. And I think you have 60 days before we have to proceed.
The question is, if they're performing the task, whatever, successfully, and you finding it difficult to locate applicants, look like y'all come up with a plan to keep those individuals, come up with something rather than letting them go. I mean, maybe they can't get a raise or they stay where they are or something, but I just can't see you letting go of people I assume are performing the task. I don't know if they haven't been separated already.
When we raised the salary of the code inspector a couple of years ago, and the reason was we wanted to make it a certification process so that they were held at the highest standard of the profession. I don't want to let go of anybody, Councilman, who's doing a job, but we made it clear that in order to keep the job and get the salary, you had to complete this process. It's an open book test. Everything is there and provided to you. And we understand. So we have been going through exhaustive training. We've actually gone to the institution who provides the test to provide additional training and resources. I'm confident we have done everything possible. We are looking at going to the local trade schools and maybe partnering with some of the local trade institutions, Southwest, even the Southwest Community College, and seeing what they can offer and help us. Because I don't want to let individuals go who we hope that would be successful.
Are they doing the work?
Yes, ma'am.
They're currently doing the work, but they just cannot pass the test.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. It looks like if you're still looking for people, you need to try to figure out a way to work that out. I don't know if you come up with another classification that they have to step down if they want to keep a job. But I can't see you have trained, you invested that much money in these individuals to try to figure out what's limiting them in regards to that. I don't know, I just think it needs to be some attention.
Well, I say one thing. The associations have not been supportive of this. The athlete association has not been supportive of this, and I think they've been counter to that. So I think the employees don't realize that it's serious. Now they realize it's serious, and I think they're ready to make the commitment to get it done. I don't think some of them have ever taken the test, Councilman.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're waiting to see if we're serious about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I agree to incentivizing it. We have tried to do that, but I don't think that they've actually, many of them, this is what I've heard, realize that we have intentionally meant what we say.
Let me ask you another one about the job. Would you say that their jobs were hazardous jobs?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some situation? Because I don't even know if everybody's aware of what all code inspectors have to go through on a daily basis. You know, and I guess that's true about a lot of jobs. People just don't realize what these employees are doing to keep this city safe and making this place a place where we can come and go as we do.
So a lot of public works positions are hazardous.
Right.
Like people working tree maintenance, if potholes are in the roadway, in the active roadway, and cars distracted driving. Okay, so there are a lot of hazards. In code enforcement, they're entering buildings that are dilapidated and unsafe. So a lot of times you can walk in, there is no floor, or the floor, the subfloor is gone. There's walls, there's caving in, there's just unsafe structures. Loose animals are often a challenge for us because they can walk into a building where they don't know what's in there. They are given a good amount of PPE, and we do consider their safety paramount, but they are on their own. They're individually on their own and on their routes. So it's one person. So there's nobody there if something should happen. So we have explored, utilizing technology and other things to enhance their safety. Those are some of the main hazards that they experience working in day-to-day.
Right, they're exposed to COVID just as well as everybody else when they went in dealing with a code issue or violation. I was just bumped into something. They were telling me about all the things they had to deal with on a day-to-day basis. I said, no, people just are not aware what these gentlemen and women are asked to do to make it straight. Okay, I would like for you, not to tell me now, but send me a breakdown of all your vendors for your miscellaneous services, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think I can end with that, Chair. I thank you. Thank you for your diligence, working, answering some of those questions for me.
Just clarification on, you're talking about the slide for professional services that has the grass mitigation, you want all the grass mitigation contractors?
Yeah, but you have one also on page 16 for $4 million. Yeah, all of them. You got, right, a breakdown. You didn't just...
Oh, yes, ma'am.
There's vendors there.
Yeah, and the next slide, it has the breakdown, but there's just, you're talking about the $150,000 for others on slide 17?
Others and the one for 1.685.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Nope.
And,
there are 35 vendors roughly in that program.
okay, I'd just like to see who they are.
Yes, and it's 100% FD, MWB only. It is in sheltered markets, so they're all local minority contractors, all of them.
I'd just like to see them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Canale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, first of all, I want to thank you for all your hard work. I know how hard you work, and I know how much you have underneath your umbrella, and I think you do a fine job. My question is about your demo budget. How adequate do you think it is at 1.167?
In last fiscal year, when I had to make a reduction in my budget, I took the reduction in the demolition budget. We did have some encumbrances that we were carrying forward. I have to look and see what it was, because we did have about, let me see, sorry, give me 1 second, I had it right here in front of me. About $692,000 encumbrances we carried over from last year. So we were able to utilize that.
Right.
And help offset that. It is an area that, you know, we are trying to do more with, but that was the area that we took a reduction to in order to meet the budgetary constraints from last year. So.
I mean, just for instance, I know that Councilman Ford and I share the same sentiment that we'd like several buildings condemned and torn down along Elvis Presley Boulevard. And I get your budget constraints, but we talk about blight and we talk about illegal dumping a lot. And when you talk about investors looking at our city compared to other cities, they'd much rather see vacant land than some of the boarded up, falling in who knows what is going on structures that we have. So all that being said, that's I think that if there's any other ways that we could add some money to that, I would like to see that done. I think that would be a huge benefit to not only the people that live around in these areas, but also for people that are our tourists that are coming down to town to enjoy our great city, and also for people that are looking to either move here or invest here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carla?
I agree with my colleague. How is Judge Dandridge's court funded? Just straight through the county?
Yes, sir. He actually gets revenue. He generates revenue. His court is one of the highest revenue generating of the courts.
But it's also one of the slowest. I mean, it's a problem. I mean, it's a real problem. And that's where the issue is. It stops with him. I understand property rights are like sacred in the United States, but the issue is that he consistently allows I wouldn't say there is a shell game that occurs there that makes it very difficult for the city to go in and deal with those bad actors. And I don't know if the city's starting to help him expand the environmental court, but, you know, not that I want to get in funding the environmental court, but we've got to look at other options. In my base experience, that's where it always seems to get bogged down from the city's ability to not necessarily condemn, but condemn or board up or stop deterioration. So I don't know what the fix is, but I know that that's one of the big bottlenecks in our ability to deal with blight. So
I had a meeting with Judge Sanders the other day. He is wanting to revisit community courts. We talked about using community centers, so we met with Parks. So we are he's looking at going back to community courts. He does have another referee, so he's looking on to bring another referee. So he's heard, I think, that there's a lot of concern that environmental court, he said he does not feel like he's going to put any limitations on the court. There's just, like you said, there is a necessity to make sure that, that the voice is heard, that we want things to be completed and not drug out. And he's I believe.
That's good to hear. Colleagues, we should definitely continue to stay close to that. Chair, yield.
Okay, thank you very much. Chief Ford, I may need your help on this as well. Still going back to these full-time salary numbers, and I can't make sense of them. So I'm on page 166 of the big budget, or page 20 of the presentation. In the FY21 forecast and the FY22 proposed, what I'm looking at. So once you collapse those lines of, holiday, vacation, bonus, sick leave, in the forecast you have about $9.94 million. And the proposed, you have $11.9 million. So it's an increase of 19.7%. And if you look at our complement for FY21 and complement for FY22, it stays the same. And in FY21, we budgeted that same complement at $10.6 million, but we're doing $11.9 for that same complement in FY22. And with 46 vacancies, that's only 17.6% of the position. So assuming every single one of those vacancies was filled from July 1st to June 30th, which of course we don't, because we do retention out a number before that full-time salaries gets published here. Even if all of those were full, I don't feel like you're going to get to that $11.9 million number. And so it's not saying that we should be cutting positions or anything like that. It just feels like this number, either the proposed number's off, the forecast number's off, or those vacant positions are the highest salary positions in public works that are vacant. Chief Ford, is it possible, I know, I'm going to talk about the retention word, or the attrition word, I'm sorry. I know we deleted that line item out because the calculations were causing a lot of unnecessary debate in previous budgets. Is it possible that in deleting those line items out, we did not adjust the full-time salaries in some divisions? Because if it were 1.2 million lower, that would make a lot of sense and would be a reasonable target.
So one of the things that we, I'm sorry, good afternoon, council members, Chief Financial Officer Shirley Ford, thank you. One of the things that we look at when we are proposing for a budget is we look at the full complement based on the salaries of that full complement, and then we look at the vacancies at the time that we start the budget, which is typically, and we should footnote this for you, that the vacancies reported to you in these presentations are as of March 31st. Okay, so comparatively then we look at those vacancies, we look at the positions, we talk with the divisions, and we go, okay, we actually have a formula. How long do you think this position is going to be vacant into the new year? Is it going to be vacant 3 months, 6 months, 9 months? How long is it going to take us? What's been the record of taking us to fill this position? And then we calculate what that attrition would be based on how long it is anticipated that it would actually take to fill that position. So sometimes you do get some variances in the numbers, but it is strictly based on trying to determine the vacancies at the time. You know, one of the things that I think Director Connect said earlier too is that, you know, we have trouble filling certain positions. And when we look at if we have a vacant position, there is a salary attached to that position in the formula, which is just their straight salary. And then there is a formula base that brings on your benefits. Okay, so that can be high. So we use the average, which is about 35% for benefits. But if you had an employee, if you fill a position with a single employee that has no family, their benefit insurance is going to be a little bit lower. If you have one with a full family complement, it could be lower depending on which plan they take. So there are some variances that are built into those attrition numbers based on the vacancy and the position level that it is.
Okay, but across 200 positions that are full, you know, it should average out. I'd expect more variance if there were fewer positions. And so my question, if there were zero attrition next year, I'd still think it would be almost hard to hit, you know, and everything was full. It seems like it would be hard to hit that 11.9 million proposed. So even good what you say, because that's not counting the benefits and the other things down the road. I'm just looking at the full-time salaries number with those other 4 or 5 line items collapsed into it. So, Director Connect.
So when these positions are keyed, they may be keyed at the base level salary, and that when they offer, they may be at the midpoints or higher. So there's that variability into what was programmed based on the salary type. Some of them are negotiated, so we do look at some variances about what's keyed into the system and what is actually offered or when the position is filled too. So I think there's some of that in variability too.
Okay, let's get into some more details on this later. Councilman Logan, do you have a question?
No, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And Director Connect, I just wanted to commend you on the work that you do. I know personally that your department is needing all of the money that you've put down and more. And I agree with my colleagues that say we may need to look and find more money for them, because the community, the one thing that, you know, people are aware of is blight and the issues that we're having in our communities. And we definitely need to make sure that we can have full complement and we can retain them. And that's going to require us to pay people, because we have a lot of competition out here now in these areas as it relates to retaining workers. And so, you know, the questions that have been asked do need to be resolved in terms of clearing up the discrepancies in the numbers, but we definitely want to make sure that we fund code enforcement, public works, because they directly address the issues in the community, and they are increasing. And so I just would like to make sure and ask my colleagues to support this budget, and if we need to add some, that we could be able to find some to make sure that we can take care of our communities. And once again, Director Connett, thank you, and you have some great employees. I work with them each month in the partnership, and they're always very willing and capable. I would like to build on the comment that was made by my colleague, Carlisle, Councilman Carlisle. I do think we need to really hone in on the fact that a lot of bottlenecking is done at the environmental court, because the code enforcement officers do their work, and they work so hard, and once they get it there, that's all they can do. And if it sits there, then we develop additional problems. So that's something that I hope that we can resolve, or Director Connett, I hope that you and Judge Dandridge in his office can resolve that, because it is creating a major problem in the communities with the bottlenecking. I mean, over a year, I've spoken with Judge Dandridge and his office and his staff as well on several occasions, last week even, to see how we can address the bottlenecking that's happening there. So I would say that, we don't need to reduce any code enforcement workers, but we need to see how we can shore this department up to make sure we get the work done. That's all. Thank you so much, Chair. You're back.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing other council members in the queue, I assume you're all ready for a voice vote. All those in favor of the operating budget for Public Works General Fund signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. And Chair abstains. All right, thank you very much. Operating budget for Public Works General Fund is approved. We're now going to go to the operating budget for Public Works Sewer Fund. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Canale. And again, sewer funds are just a little bit different. They're enterprise funds. There are different rules and laws that regulate both the revenue coming in and the expenditures going out versus our general funds. But I'm sure Director Connect will be able to explain that far better than I can. So Director Connect, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. So as the Chairman alluded to, Public Works has three funding sources that are separated by their responsibilities. We talked about the general fund. Now we're going to be discussing the sewer fund. As I spoke to in the CIP budget, the sewer fund is self-funded. It's 100% enterprise funded by fees paid on the MLGW bill. So we collect fees from every type of entity, residential, commercial, industrial. Anybody who uses our system pays fees. All the municipalities who are part of our system, they pay fees to us to be distribute their sewer to our collection system and our wastewater treatment plants treat them. So this the first slide will demonstrate basically how our organization is. The sewer fund is what it is. There is a component of it that is an engineering, the sewer design that's funded by us. So they manage the sewer design aspects of what's going on. And then on the sewer side of Public Works, you'll see that environmental administration, environmental inspections, the treatment plants, the lift station, the maintenance, pre-treatment, industrial monitoring are all covered by this budget. And I meant to mention Scott Morgan, who's here with me today. He's the senior administrator over environmental engineering, which is the primary department that manages all these entities below. On the next slide, you'll see the strategic priorities. As I mentioned, our biggest thing is what we do is managing wastewater and treating wastewater, and then all the various aspects of that go along with that. So like I said, we have biosolids processing that we're trying to address. We have some needs there. We're spending a lot of money on our consent decree. We're roughly $270 million. We're estimating it's going to be about 425 roughly that we're going to have to spend as part of our program compliance. We have major construction projects going on at the South Plant, a $325 million project going on there to modernize and upgrade various aspects of the plant. And then we're heavily involved in a sewer master plan, which is a companion to the master plan, because as we grow as a city, we want to make sure we have sufficient capacity to serve that growth. And having sewer capacity is instrumental to growth. You have to be able to serve the growth of your city with sewer capacity to ensure that there's no issues or hindrances and you don't have sanitary sewer overflows or issues treating it. So those are our priorities that we're working on right now. Slide 5 discusses the bridge request. So this one shows the changeover from 21 to 22. You'll see that FY27 with the encumbrances was 187, but our proposed is 154. But if you look at adopted over proposed, it's a net reduction of $4 million. And so the encumbrances is accounted for, and I'll go into that in a second in terms of where those occurred. Slide 7 shows the breakdown in expenditures for the budget. As you can see, most of the money for the sewer fund goes to environmental engineering, which is the maintenance and operation side. Sewer design is the smaller portion, which falls under engineering at $1.4 million. So, 95%, 98% of the budget is public works. And this shows a net change of 25% decrease when you factor in encumbrances to the request at 154. Slide 8 is a breakdown in detailed description of where the $32 million net difference is. Most of it is going to be on the project cost. You'll see that there's also some professional services, other costs, and were carryovers from 20 to 21, and so we made an allowances and adjustments for those as part of a FY22 request. So you'll see the breakdown and how we come up with that $32 million difference. Going on to slide 10, revenues. As I mentioned, we are 100% funded by the fees. So you can see here that our fees, we have changed our fee structure a little bit. So this may be a question, why are our fees reduced from last year? We instituted some new fees in the sewer fund. Most of these are all industrial based. We call them additional treatment costs. So these aren't paid by residential customers, they're paid by industry. Well, when we took on the new chemical costs for disinfection and the allocation of that to industry, we made some assumptions that didn't prove accurate. So we're making an adjustment to those fees based on what we've seen in actual and a review of those costs based on what we're seeing in revenues from this industry. So it's a complicated formula that we have to utilize when you're talking about passing on a new cost and what the revenue actual will be. So we did an assumptions and we didn't meet those assumptions based on the trends or actual revenues that we've seen. So that's why there's an adjustment downward in our revenues for our services. And that's what the biggest thing you'll see on this slide. Moving to slide 11. Year-over-year changes. Again, we made a 5.4 reduction in our based on the commercial and economic the commercial fees, the ATC that we receive, and some other minor adjustments. So, but the biggest one is our sewer fees. Moving on to personnel. This is one that Chairman Ford is going to have a question about. So, of our complement, we have 73 vacancies. Again, this is a little more complicated than we mentioned in the general fund because these positions work mostly at the treatment plants. We are, again, trying to be competitive in a market with a lot of construction industries. It's very difficult for us. So all these positions we are being in the process of being filled that we've requested. We've actually even gone to marketing these positions. We've actually created special marketing, trying to get out to the community and market ourselves and explain what these positions are like. Because again, all these positions are important to us, especially at the plants and our operations. They need to be filled. We're just struggling to fill them. But in contrast to the general fund, if we don't fill these positions, then that goes back to our sewer fund. So there is no effect on the general fund at all. This is just what the incidence of not filling positions is that we would then move the reserve balance to our fund balance. Moving on to slide 16, major M&S, you can see that miscellaneous professional service is the bulk of that. A lot of that is our sewer cleaning, our sewer rehab, or other projects involving maintenance of our systems. We have a lot of contracts that are miscellaneous for the treatment plants themselves. So those are a lot of various costs, and we'll talk about that the next slide. Chemicals is a new cost. We're spending about $22 million a year to disinfect wastewater. we have an agreement with Peroxichem, who's now another company. They actually built the facility next to the North Treatment Plant to produce parasitic acid. We created a very advantageous agreement with them to supply that chemical, and it works to the city's benefit because we get the lowest cost guarantee, and we get other benefits from them being here locally. So that cost is a significant cost to treat our wastewater, which is required under our permit before we discharge it to the Mississippi River. Utilities, we spend $13.6 million in MLZW every year, primarily for the treatment plants. The treatment plants run about $1 million a month, just in utilities alone to operate. Then other breakdown in decreasing amounts, as you can see. The next slide, 17, is a breakdown of our professional services account. You can see sewer cleaning is one of our biggest costs. We have to repair streets. We do comply with our street cuts, making sure that they're done properly in compliance with our new standards. Biosolids, we're spending $2.1 million in managed biosolids. I think I talked to that in our CIP needs. Because we don't have enough space to manage biosolids, we're having to handle them a special way interimly. So we're land applying them. So Denali is actually taken into agriculture, and they have a beneficial use in agriculture. So we spend $2.1 million because it would be cheaper to do that than it would be to landfill it. Because the only other option would be take it to landfill, and that would be about 25% to 30% more cost-wise. So it is a cost savings technically because alternatives. And then, like I said, sewer repairs, locating services, dewatering, emergency bypass pumping. Those are all pretty significant costs, but we have to do it every year. So I'm glad to go in detail on any one of these items. Any questions? Next slide. Leases. We are leasing property at the depot for environmental maintenance. However, we broke ground this year on the new facility. We're building a brand new facility in Fraser next to drain maintenance and heavy equipment off of Range Hills in Fraser. So we acquired 26 acres next to the 25 acres. So we're going to have a 52-acre mega complex out there that's going to house sewer and drain maintenance or operations with some other agencies. But so this is only about we only have about 1.5 years left on this lease before we will no longer need it, and we'll be moving to the new facility in about 18 months. We leased land from Memphis and Shelby County Port for biosolids application of the South Plant. It's 837 acres at $85,000 a year. That's a good deal. So, and we have it for 40 years. Until 2047. Then we can have some options to extend. So that's a very, very good deal. I spoke to this next slide, our MWE. We are actually at $66 million, or 37% of the public works budget. I'm very proud of that. And again, the difference is what is managed by OBDC and what is managed by either the SARP 10 program or CMAR are not under OBDC directly. So we can account for it. All World presents these numbers to me. So we're 100% confident in what our actual spend is versus what OBDC captures. So I'm glad to speak to that. It's a really something I'm very proud of. Public Works can say we're at 37% spend. If you look at our numbers historically, we were nowhere near that 5 years ago. And SARP 10, I just want to speak to one fact that since the program's inception in 2013, we have spent $93 million MWE out of our $270 million. So 34% of the money just in that program alone has gone to our MWE program. So that's an exceptional success story. And with that, I will wrap up and take any questions I may have on the sewer fund operating budget.
Thank you very much, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I saw miscellaneous professional services. So I understand where the money's going now. Why the ramp up from 18 to now? So you went from roughly 16 million, jumping up to 32 million. What caused that?
Chemicals.
Chemicals, the price of chemicals.
100% of that
okay.
chemicals. Yes, sir.
Got it.
We started off, and this will be one of the first years we're 100% chemicals. The year before, we were 50%. And so this new disinfection process comes online at Stiles, at the Maximum South Plant, it will be at 100%. So we're getting ready to start heavily utilizing that chemical use.
All right. And then, Shirley, I've got a bunch of questions. I won't take away time, but I want to come and ask you about, just because I don't know, how our dividend works and the transfers to the general fund, which I don't have a problem with. I mean, we should take advantage of being able to do that, just how it's calc'd. And then the last thing I'll come and talk to you about had to do with the fixed assets. And then, there was one more. one more capitalized expense that I didn't understand, but that's okay. Chair, I yield back, but Chair, I want to come ask you about this, but I just don't understand them.
Any other comments or questions from council members? Councilman Johnson, then Jones.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mr. Connect again. You have 72 vacancies in the engineering.
In, yes, ma'am, in environmental engineering, which is the wastewater, most of them in the wastewater treatment plants. I actually have the most recent vacancies and I just printed that out. So, they're predominantly, if you look at the sewer fund, let's see, at the wastewater treatment plant, there's 21 at Maxon, which is the south plant of those vacancies, and at the north Stiles plant, it is 21 as well. So 42 of the vacancies alone are just at the wastewater treatment plants.
What's the requirements for these positions?
Most of them are mechanical operators, mechanical positions, like people who are coming in who help fix the plant, work on the plant, operate the various components of the plant. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we look for individuals who have mechanical aptitudes, obviously, for those roles. They are good entry-level positions, promotional positions, because they're well paid. I think a mechanical operator starts at 55, I want to say, roughly 55 or 56. So it's a pretty good position and good pay. Obviously, you have to work in the treatment plant, which is something that someone may not get used to. I actually, as I spoke to, we actually went and did a promotional video. So we actually did video showing people working at the plant, so people can understand what kind of role that is and what would be the expectation for them, trying to sell it to the public or to prospective applicants.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good evening, afternoon to you, Mr. Neck. This may be a refresher for me, or this is a refresher for me. Looking at page 8, the $12,478,000 contribution to unassigned fund balance. So that's money going back into the general fund, or money coming from the general fund?
Historically, Chief Ford here, historically, finance a program, the number that would say, okay, based on your spend and what your revenues are, we project you to have this much fund balance at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. They're not going to do that. They want to do that as an action item at the end of the year. So we do, whatever we don't spend goes into the fund balance at the end of the year, yes, sir. So revenues minus expenditures, if there's any residual, that's where it goes into the sewer fund. So that, and right now it's $56 million, I think, in our sewer fund. I just ran the report if you want to know what our current fund balance is in the sewer fund.
56.
I'm Councilman Dunn.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you? And also, recall on page 8 is talking about the year-over-year change. And so we're looking at the difference between where we were from, I guess, the last actual fund balance net to net change in 20, and it's on page 183 of your big book. And so your change is the difference between that 14 million and the 168, somewhere in there. I have to look at it specifically to see, but when they're talking about the change of what happened year over year for FY22 proposed budget, there is a proposed use of fund balance of approximately $1 million.
Of $1 million?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So is that?
On page 183. Is
that the fund issue cost or the dividend and interest on investment? I'm just trying to follow you on $1 million entry, or is it included in some of the other numbers?
No. What I'm saying, I'm so sorry, sir. That's the difference between at our FY22, our proposed total revenues and total expenditures.
Oh, okay, the $1,068,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, Ms. Connect, you may not have it with you, but what was your complement for 2020? Your approved complement for 2020 for both?
2020?
What I'm trying to arrive at is how long have we been carrying
basically a 73 count vacancy?
It was roughly the same, I want to say. I would say it was roughly 65. I would have to go back and look, but I want to say it was roughly about the same. Yeah, I would say it was, yeah, it hasn't changed a lot. It's, again, it's something that we just continually try to work on and find and fill those positions.
And this was before I walked in. I guess some of the commentary was, if I interpreted it correctly, was carrying these full-time salary positions when it's very unlikely that we'll fill them within the calendar year, and while we are continuing to approve these amounts like this.
Well, like I said, in regards to the sewer fund, whenever we don't fill the vacancies or positions and there's any residual, it goes to the fund balance and we can use it for capital projects. I know that looking at the report for just for this month, we're at 71% of our personnel costs for 21. So, I mean, we'll roughly probably finish out at maybe 85% for the end of the year, so a 50% difference. So there will be some surplus in personnel into this fiscal year, probably $3 to $4 million potentially, depending on some variables. So that would, you know, be a fund balance contribution if we end up with that with the surplus amount. Because I believe our M&S, you know, and of course we're early in the year, we're at, you know, 50% of our M&S budget so far this year. But there was some allowances for chemicals and other costs that have not been fully taken into consideration yet, but we're going to come in earlier.
Right, and so if we take that and probably would need a refresher on how we arrived at the budget. Now I'm looking at page 20 of the handout, how we arrived at a budget fiscal 21 adopted of 18. We're asking for 19, but our forecast is for 12 here. So we're talking about, you know, from 12 to 19, we're basically talking about a 50% increase.
Which line, sir?
So I'm on page 20 of the 5-year expense trend report.
5-year expense trend?
Yes.
Okay. Front personnel?
Yes.
Salaries?
Full-time salaries, yes.
Yeah, so that is accumulation of all the, you know, of holiday vacation salaries. If you look at, and I'll look at my appropriations. Yeah, it's not our funding budget for 21 was $25.2 million for personnel. So that's total all cost in. So if you look at the total personnel for 22, it's 25,675. So it's roughly a, you know, $400,000 net difference, sir. Which you adopted in our 22 request. If you're looking at 21 at the bottom.
Okay, I'm with you there, but it seems like you know, for these numbers to be so close, if we're looking at the fiscal year forecast, 21,600,000, and then the net to be, the request for this year to be 25, so that's only a difference of about $4 million. You're saying all of that is caught up in these holiday through compensated absence or
yes, sir.
FFCRA?
Most of these, there may be some, there have been some adjustments in some positions that is accounted for, maybe increases or, you know, if we're making changes in the salaries for positions, there's some allowance for that in the 21 to 22 request. I understand that the vacancy question makes it unclear why we have increased it at all. I think that's what your question is. If we have 73 vacancies, or we've been running a number of vacancies year over year, why are we showing that change? Again, ideally, I would love to fill every vacancy. I know it's probably not a reality, but so ideally, it would be good to have that money in the budget so we could optimistically fill it. If it doesn't get filled, then it goes to the fund balance.
Okay, but what type of capital projects are we not doing because we have them caught up in personnel costs and we just carry it year? Are there any capital projects that can be doing with that excess fund balance that we're not using each year?
Yeah, so that's a balancing act that I do every year. We work on that and decide, if we're going to make adjustments. We know that we can make adjustments, and we know that we're trending in our lines. We're trending in those lines, so we can make an accommodation. The capital budget you saw was healthy for sewer funds. Yeah, it's not lacking in like $150 million in spend. So we are. I don't know of any projects that are not funded at this time. Because we can only capitalize so much as well. When we go to market and do revenue bonds, it's based on our net revenues or net projections or fund balance. So all that's analyzed. That's all that's analyzed. We are getting to a point where it'd be good to make some decisions. I think if we can not fill positions, if we continue to show this trend, are we going to need to change and reduce our ISL potentially, do a reduction in our authorized complement? I think that's a fair statement. I've been doing this long enough and realizing our challenges that it's something that if we continue, this trend continues, that we need to make a decision about that.
Yeah, I would hope so. And what I'll do, I will go back and just look at any previous budgets that I have, because that was, if we hadn't been doing that, we've been carrying for more than just a year. Say, for instance, we go back to 17 and we are 21 and we still are at the same complement, there would be some strong concerns that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members? Administration? Okay. Seeing none, assume y'all are ready to vote. All those in favor of the operating budget for the Sewer Enterprise Fund signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair abstains. All those opposed? All right, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Operating budget for Sewer Enterprise Fund is approved. All right, we'll move on to the Public Works operating budget for stormwater. Do I have a motion? All right, moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Director Connect, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. The last fund I'm presenting today is a stormwater fund. As I mentioned in capital, the stormwater fund has been in existence since 2006. It was created as a need to address flooding and other challenges and to manage the stormwater infrastructure that the city has. We have an extensive system of pipes, inlets, manholes, and open channels. And before that, it was general funded. So there was a decision by prior council to create and enact the stormwater fund. So this fund is, again, an enterprise fund. All the funds that go there support directly those services that are related to the stormwater infrastructure. We also fund the drainage design and engineering. So if you go to slide 2, you'll have the breakdown where stormwater as an entity, the fund for public works encompasses drain, maintenance, heavy equipment, flood control, and stormwater. And then there's a drainage design component that is funded under engineering. Slide 3, strategic priorities. I mentioned we recently selected a stormwater program manager to help us with solutions that we've identified from our stormwater master plans. I spoke to that at length in the capital budget. I don't want to repeat that, but we have a major initiative there. We have a renewed focus on addressing flooding issues through that program manager. And then we're also looking at a way to enhance street sweeping. So one of the requests from council was to implement more street sweeping. So I plan to buy 2 new additional street sweepers to add to our fleet. We're looking at ways to do a better job with how we do street sweeping. Right now, we try to sweep every city street twice a year. We're trying to get to 3 or 4, and we're looking at a way to allocate sweepers differently and see if we can enhance that and adding some sweepers to that. So we've taken that action, and we're even sweeping on an overtime basis to do more sweeping as well. So that's an action that was recently instituted. Slide 5, it shows a change year over year between the two. This again shows the encumbrance carry forward and impacts of that in terms of our request versus proposed. And you'll see what the change is representative in the comparative spending when you go to slide 7, where that what that main difference is. In the slide, not 8, I'll explain that. Under slide 7, this is the distribution of funds between public works and engineering. As you see, most of the funding goes towards public works, where most of the maintenance and operation services are managed. The component for drainage design is again another small aspect of it. Probably 90% comes to public works. Slide 8 discusses the year changes and expenditures. Again, this description shows where the allocation of changes. Most of that gets to carry forward encumbrances and M&S are the biggest component of it. We have a debt service transfer, and then with the contribution to unassigned balance, you'll see is similar to what we talked about. The sewer fund is the same scenario here, and then grants and subsidies changes over there. So the net change is net $7.5 million. If you look at the bridge analysis for the revenues, you'll see that there is an increase in the sewer and the stormwater fund. And what is that about? So in 2018, council approved a 5-year plan to increase stormwater revenues to address flooding concerns. So we increased the stormwater revenue, the fee that we charge from $4.02 to $6.03, but we did it over multiple years. So we did it in 3 phases with a space in between. So so this year is the last of those increases. We're going from 525 to 603. Again, this is all laid out and planned for in 2018. And one of the discussions of the council was how do we do it to the least impact to citizens. So that was the structure that was approved and enacted by council in 2018. So again, this is the last year of those increases, and those revenues are going up by about $4.8 million based on that increase, that approved increase. And you'll see, again, next slide demonstrates that. It's a 9% increase, by the way. Okay, going to division details, moving to slide 14. We do have 30 vacancies in the sewer and the stormwater fund. Most of those are in the stormwater program under Public Works. They're very, like I said, I can go into detail. Most of those are, again, CDL positions, heavy equipment operator positions, CDL positions that we're seeing that are very competitive. Since the discussion has been very robust on that. You'll see that pipe layers is a position we're trying to get filled. That one is a CDL position, so we've been looking at that and trying to find a way to incentivize that position. Heavy equipment operators and equipment operators, again, CDL positions. And we have a couple of street sweeper positions that we're, again, all these are posted and we're trying to get filled because I'm trying to increase the amount of activity around street sweeping. Going on to the next one. Yes, again, they're all actively posted and trying to be filled. Thank you, Mary. If you look at our major M&S, in terms of expenditures, professional services is our #1 item, and there's a separate breakdown for that. Outside equipment repair, in the stormwater side, we do all of our fleet maintenance. We also are, with expansion and growth of sewer fund, with the sewer department moving, we're going to be expanding that further. But most of our fleet is managed at Range Hills. So that's where we manage our spend in terms of equipment repairs and equipment maintenance. And if we do anything outside, utilities and other diminishing expenditures by amount there. If you go to slide 17, you'll see a breakdown of our professional services allocation. So like our biggest one, one of our biggest ones is Rotolo. So we fund litter collection. We can utilize stormwater funds for some litter abatements. So we allocate money to litter collection, and that goes directly to that mowing and litter removal of the public rights-of-ways. Paradise Line, we have levees we have to manage. VZ Rubbish, we do some asphalt cut and patch, just like they do for drainage system repairs, not sewer, but the drainage, storm drain repairs. We have some other land surveying, other costs, that we do, heavy equipment repairs. We also have something with CDM for our program technical assistance, and there's other costs that go into our professional services. The next slide, 18, leases. We have no leases. The next items are MWB spend. I've already spoken to that. It's the same scenario here, so I won't repeat myself again. And then that will wrap up my presentation for the stormwater funds.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so quick question, you mentioned, a couple of times street sweeping, you know. I'm trying to figure out how many positions currently,
There are 2 vacancies right now.
vacancies, and those, twice a year.
A minimum of twice a year. Yes, sir.
But how many times do we, sweep them right now?
We get it twice a year. Some get more.
Makes me hopeful that we go more twice.
Yeah, a lot of the major thoroughfares get swept more. We actually have a sweeper dedicated to downtown, being a prominent tourism area. So we have one sweeper who this is downtown. I'm sorry? 24.
24.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, but I want to add 2 more, so we're trying to get to 26. Yes, sir, 100%.
Trying to figure out is there a way that we could, does the current budget allow for anything more than twice a year? I'm not speaking specifically for downtown, because we know we keep talking about, for some of the,
Yes, sir. So, as I mentioned a minute ago, my plan is to reconfigure how we do street sweeping. So we are looking at a way to optimize the routes, doing what we call a route optimization, and then maybe look at how they do it normally now is the street sweeping fleet will start in like one part of the city, and they'll just go through the whole city in a pattern and try to sweep, and they'll sweep every street, and that takes 6 months, and then they go back and do the same thing repetitively 6 months later. Now we also do complaints. You know, we get complaints to 311. Those get prioritized and will be addressed based on the service request. But our goal is just not to just go out and navigate the city 2 times a year, every city street, all 6,700 lane miles of them, and sweep them twice.
so, I'm complaining now. I'm driving down Mississippi Boulevard, you know, that is something, and every time I drive down Mississippi Boulevard, you know, there's something, I see a lot of trash in the street. So if someone was to make a 311 call consistently, that particular, I guess, portion of the street will sweep more frequently.
If it's a state route, we don't sweep it.
So Mississippi Boulevard?
No, Mississippi is
So it's Mississippi Boulevard, right?
yeah. But if it's, as long as it's a city street, if it's a state route, we would not sweep it.
Okay.
So there's like another 800 miles of streets in this area that are state routes, interstate, otherwise we don't touch.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from Councilman Jones?
I would hope that to the average citizen, they don't know that it's a state street versus a Memphis street. And if they see it trashy, they just say it's a trashy street in Memphis. I think that we need to revisit the logic. I can understand the paving aspect of it and the expense that's associated with that. But just from just from the average citizen, they don't know. And they see trash all aligned up airways and some of the other state highways. They just see a trashy street. So I think I don't think that it's productive for us, and I don't think that it's given a good message to our citizens when we have I guess philosophically, we say that because it's a state highway, we're not going to clean it up. Because the average person right in Memphis don't see that. So I would hope that there would be some reconsideration of that, and if we need to provide resources to do that, I would hope that we do. So that's my comment on that.
We do, I should have spoke about this in the general fund. We do subsidize the cutting of the state right-of-ways in the general fund. So we do some subsidization on right-of-way cutting because the grass is another scenario that we face. So we do that. The state has increased some budgets for spending on the right-of-way. But we do have a good communication strategy. Whenever a citizen calls, we make them aware and we refer it to TDOT so the TDOT can get on top of it and manage the situation. But we do some subsidization in terms of litter cleanup and grass cutting on state routes. So we don't do zero, we do some.
Okay. What I pulled up here, this is the city's website, and so just from the budget presentations that you've made for the sewer fund operating, we show 73 positions. From the stormwater fund, we show 30 positions. Just looking at these two funds, I show a total of 103 vacant positions. However, when I look at the city's website, you can blow it up for me, Ashley. This seems to be all of the available jobs on there in the city. It only shows 61 positions. Now, this could be so I'm looking at, if we have.
They're all public works, and many of them are multiple positions. So there may be 15 vacancies in the equipment operator. So it's by classification type, not by quantity.
Okay, so
that's one point of clarification on that website.
Okay. So if I click on that 27, because on the public works it says 27. Under that 27, it could be 103 total positions. Yeah,
it's by classification, by type.
Okay.
So like I said, we have like 15 equipment operator vacancies. So we're looking for 15 people. We're constantly taking those applications. Some of those are open postings. They just stay open all the time.
Okay. I was just curious about it, because if I'm just the outsider seeing this, and just these two departments, and I see just 27, I'm curious as how are we publicizing and posting and letting the general public know that we need to hire these positions. But thanks for that explanation.
Yeah, marketing is one way. Like I said, we've created videos, we publicize that, we've gone to special, we're looking everywhere, Councilman, to find these individuals. And it's getting the word out. We constantly, when I go to public meetings, say, hey, we need people. We're code enforcement. We've got lots of good jobs in the city. Please apply, get the word out. It is an opportunity that we constantly look for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Is there no way we can recuperate funds for when we have to take care of federal or state roads? Can we bill them directly for our work when they're not getting it done?
There used to be a contract process, Councilman, where the state would contract with us to provide those services. We were losing money on that, so that's why we quit providing that service as a contract. So that was the only mechanism by which we as a city could then recuperate it was limited by the amount of that contract for the state. We don't really have any other mechanism.
Why were we losing money?
When they gave us money, so the way the state was calculating the cost to provide that service was based on what they considered the normal rate. So when we went to bid it, or when we did the work, it was actually costing us more to do it. So we would maximize how much money we got recovered from them, but we ended up spending more to actually achieve the desired end result. So
how do we renegotiate that with the state so we can get it done? Is that someplace we can go to? Can we renegotiate with DDOT?
I've been in the city 18 years, and every mayor that I've worked with has tried to negotiate with TDOT for more money. And my experience there, Mayor Strickland's worked very hard. I don't know how many times, and Doug, Chief McGowan can speak to this, how many times we reach out to the state saying, you need to do a better job. And I'll say this, that we have done that repetitively. And in 1 year, they actually cut the money they gave us. That was the straw that broke the proverbial back of, I think, the city when they reduced the amount of money, and expectations did not change, sir.
So this sounds like it's a good story for Sam Hardiman.
Councilman, we dropped the contract and we just said maintain. We gave it back to them to maintain. As I recall, Robert, we were spending about $3 million a year, and we were getting about $1.5 million back just to get the effect. So we did that several years, made the ask of the state, and they said they were unable to give us more money. So we essentially terminated the contract and said it's your responsibility to maintain the rights of way.
So do we have the ability to sue for them providing poor? I mean, what do you do when they're not doing what they're supposed to do?
Well, I think just one thing, we constantly are asking for adequate level of service in the rights of way. Last year, we really focused on the grass. Or the year before, I can't remember which. The last year was a blur, but they really have stepped up their game on the grass. we've asked them to step up the paving now this year. And as you know, we've asked them to step up the presence on, or add some presence for Tennessee Highway Patrol. So, but inside, Robert does have to supplement because there is some, like Sam Cooper there's a little bit of a tweener there about who it belongs to. So, but we do have to supplement. So I don't know if there's a standard recourse that we have for that.
I did see a highway patrolman keeping me from getting downtown, having to drive through Jackson because they got it blocked off right at the intersection.
I think it's a small bridge problem.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members?
Mr. Connect, I just asked for you to go back and take a look at these postings again. I'm looking at it now. I see an equipment operator 3. I only see about, out of 27 different postings, I only see maybe 3 or 4 that list multiple openings. So if I'm the general public out there and I think you'll have a greater response if people see 15 openings for one position versus everything else. If there's multiple positions here, there are some that list multiple openings, but I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, it's because we do try to differentiate where they work. So if someone applies for equipment operator, they know they're going to go to the treatment plant, they're going to go work. We do try to differentiate.
I just did all jobs.
I understand.
So I would think that logically speaking, it would pull up everything available. I saw something in here that gave you an opportunity to add a location. It just says Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, we're working with HR very closely on that, sir. I agree with you. We're trying to do a better job. They actually control that. So we have I will compliment HR on this, Chief Smith. Every vacancy I send to, they're quickly say approved, and we get it posted and go through that process. So like I said, I went through my list and how many of them are in the process of being filled, how many are posted, and like I said, I'm very aware that's always a concern, and we are again doing everything we can. But I will make that point, sir. We'll make sure that we're working to make it clearer so we get more participation. That's a good point, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. HR is up next, and I'm sure recruitment is going to be a topic of conversation. Any other council members in the queue or comments? All right, Tina, I assume you're ready to move to a voice vote on the operating budget for the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
All right. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Stormwater Enterprise Fund is approved. And Director Connect, I abstained on the sewer fund and the general fund operating. Just with one question, if y'all get back to me, I'd wish that you take a second look at those salaries and the attrition number that's not listed here and making sure that they were indeed offset in the printed numbers that we have in front of us. If y'all just take a double look at that, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Up next is HR. I think HR has 3 budgets for us to approve. I think why don't we do the first HR operating budget, and then we'll take a break after that before the healthcare and the OPEB budgets, if that sounds fair to council members. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, Chief Smith, can I get a motion on the HR general fund operating budget? Okay, so moved by Smiley, seconded by, we'll just go with Warren. Chief Smith, we're going to divide this up a little bit. We went long on public works, so we're going to do your healthcare general fund operating first. Then we're going to take a quick break and come back for the healthcare and OPEB, if that's all right. So if you can present the operating general fund. I know the presentations we have in front of us, they're all kind of jammed together, but let's just try to stick to your operating general fund for now. If you'll introduce yourself and your team, the floor is yours for presentation.
Thank you, Councilman. My name is Alex Smith. I'm the Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis. Representing the HR division, we have Mr. James Jones, who's our HR Operations Manager. We have Fonda Fouché, who's our Talent Management Officer. And we have William Bird, who is our Compensation and Benefits Manager as well. Before you, we have our FY22 operating budget request for the HR division. We will start with the general fund first. We go to the next slide, please. To get us started, I wanted to mention that in 2020, we had an unprecedented year, and the HR division focused on providing innovation and our support in terms of policies, knowledge and information, and innovative programs to help support our employees, namely developing an internal contact tracing team. Secondly, partnering with the YMCA to offer a student learning hub to support working parents. And then lastly, providing testing on site as well as COVID care kits to help support employees who were diagnosed positive. These efforts were important in our support of city employees and the fight for the pandemic this year and last year. Next slide, please. As we go into FY22, our purpose remains focused around being focused and purpose-driven to build an engaged workforce to make life better for all Memphians every day. Our vision continues to be being an HR innovator for both the public and private sector, as well as helping our city division leaders build a brilliant workforce to serve the citizens of Memphis. Our goals for FY22 are listed in front of you. Number one, we want to attract and retain public safety and top talent for the city of Memphis. Number two, drive culture change and performance-based incentives. Number three, drive automation and operational efficiency. And number four, drive employee engagement. This is consistent with previous years for the HR division. Next slide, please. For this budget, particularly for the general fund, our focus for FY22 is number one in investing in public safety, recruiting and retention. We understand how important this is not only to the mayor, but also to the council, and we want to do our part to help with that effort. Number two, we understand that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and it's important that we invest in safety and wellness to support our city employees during this time. And number three, we understand also that particularly our benefits area is very important to our employees as well as to our retirees, and making sure that we have optimal customer service is critical. So we're investing in that area too. Next slide, please. This is our HR organizational chart. It has remained unchanged. It has 6 main areas. The first one being our talent management area, which is where our recruiting, training, learning and development, and promotional testing is organized and administrated out of. We have our total rewards area, which is our compensation benefits, leave, retirement, and wellness area. We have workplace safety and compliance, which focuses on our OSHA compliance, as well as what we call our COVID back to business type support and philosophy. Third is our equity, diversity, and inclusion office, which has our employee relations, labor relations, diversity and inclusion, and civil service administration support. Fifth is our HR operations, which is where we have our procurement, budget, and AP support for the entire division. And then our HR analytics, which focuses on our HR technology and performance analytics. Next slide, please. Looking at our overall expenditures, for FY22, we are requesting $8.5 million. This is a reduction from our funding budget from last year. And this is primarily driven by encumbrances we were able to make in our talent management area due to the delay of fire promotions in FY22 or to FY22. And so we're able to administer those and continue that process with a slight reduction in budget at $8.5 million. Next slide. So our program comparative spending shows once again that we have a reduction of a little over almost $500,000 for FY22 in our budget request. Once again, this is driven primarily by the encumbrance in our talent management area. We did have some slight increases in our total rewards general fund area, and that's related to increase in fees for our standard company, which is the company that helps us with our FMLA ADA compliance. We also had some increased needs in our equity, diversity, and inclusion area with respect to employee relations and civil service support. Next slide, please. This is another view of that year-over-year change in expenditures, showing that net change of reduction of $499,000. And once again, it's driven primarily by the encumbrance I talked about in the telling me. A little known fact is the HR division also hosts the AmeriCorps Vista program out of our account management service center. And so with that program, we have 20 AmeriCorps Vistas. And as a part of that, we receive grants from the CNCS to support that. There's a schedule, funding schedule related to that grant. And so we are seeing a small reduction. We're able to maintain the number of AmeriCorps Vistas with the program. So that's to 39,000 as related to that program. Next slide, please, is showing, once again, that reduction. Next slide, please. And overall, our authorized complement is remaining the same, no major changes at 49 for the general fund. And we have 3 vacant positions that we're currently recruiting for. Next slide, please. So this concludes overall of our general fund budget request for FY22. I will stop here to see if there's any initial questions.
Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'll just start off with a question. Talking about strategic priorities addressed in this budget. Number 1, invest in public safety recruiting and retention. To what goal?
Great question. So we continue to work with both the police and fire divisions around the public safety support. So we know that for the fire division, there's a plan to have 2 classes. For the police division, also 2 classes in addition to supporting with the PST program and lateral program as well. We have it in our plans to support that. Also for the fire division, there are 6 promotional processes that we are looking to administer, and we have that support as well. And then of course, in general, with overall recruiting, it's important that we make clear investments in terms of making sure that we are showing the competitive advantage of us as an employer in recruiting. So we're making investments in things like LinkedIn Recruiter and Easy Text, et cetera, to be able to expand our ability to recruit effectively to help with the public safety initiative.
With all that we're doing, why do we anticipate police full-time salaries and positions to trend down again in FY22 versus FY21 versus FY20? Well, you know, and it's all leading up to the question. We talked about this earlier, where we had a very difficult situation where we got down to almost 1,900 commissioned officers. And we have had everyone agree, from the Crime Commission to the administration to the council, let's get to 2,500 officers. I think we only had 1 vote against it when that came up earlier this year. And one of the ways we work towards that goal is putting together a funding budget that will get us there. And we were on the right path for a while. It was going slower than we wanted to, even while we were on the right path. And now, last year, the number went down. And again, we're projecting it to go down again in terms of the number of commissioned officers. So why would we not adjust or increase the amount of resources and programming that we're putting into recruiting in order to get back to what we say is the number 1 division goal that's stated at least twice in this presentation and 100 times by council members and the mayor?
Well, Councilman, I definitely welcome our Chief Financial Officer and Operating Officer to comment on this as well. I would say from an HR division standpoint, we are focused on helping to get to that complement and supporting in recruiting effectively, expanding the talent pool, telling the city of Memphis story, making sure that people understand the value proposition working for the city of Memphis. Last year absolutely was a devastating year, and there's no employer in the U.S. that would not agree with that statement in terms of the difficulty in hiring last year due to the pandemic, and even now looking at the residual effects of the pandemic as well. We are competing with that, and we are focused on developing our strategy and executing well to be able to do that. Certainly, we welcome opportunity for more investment, and I know that the mayor and Chief McGowan and Chief Ford have been looking at opportunities for us to do that. And we've talked about a number of things, for example, sign-on bonuses, take-home car program, et cetera, to be able to expand that effort. And we want to do that. But right now that, you know, I've been asked to present the budget based on where we are today, and that's what I'm doing.
You've been asked to, and you are delivering it. The budget, you know, as part of a larger budget proposed by the mayor. I get that. So one of my questions would be, if you had more resources in the HR division, would you be able to recruit officers, both new candidates and lateral transfers? Would you be able to retain police officers at a more effective rate than what we are projecting in this coming budget? With more resources, would you be able to do more?
Well, I think first and foremost, we want to manage extremely well with the resources that we have and what is requested in this budget. And so our first priority is to make sure that we are leveraging all of the internal knowledge, the technology, and all the resources that we have available to us at this time. So that is our focus. I think certainly if there is an opportunity in the future, we will work with the senior leadership team and the council to evaluate that and be able to figure out.
It's a trap question, and you're doing a great job avoiding the trap. Where, of course, the obvious answer is yes. And I get it, you're part of the mayor's team and you're presenting the mayor's budget, but this is just a fundamental difference that I have with the mayor in terms of the priorities of where to put the dollars that we're spending this year in order to achieve our number one goal, which we've stated a number of times. I think it's even laid out clearly here that we have a major issue with crime in the city. And one of the things that we can do to directly affect it is increase the level of officers on the force. There's just no way around it. I'm talking about an issue that everyone is familiar with, and I just don't see in this budget how we're striving to achieve that anything other than what we've done in the past. And I've been sitting here for 5 or 6 years listening to budget presentations, and we've had great pitches. It's very well put together. It's very well intended, I think, from the administration. But each year we just have a reason for a hurdle or a headwind or a current that's either going on locally or nationally that just made it a little bit more difficult. And we never quite got the job done to, I think, the expectations of the people or the expectations of ourselves or to what is needed. And I think we need a revisioning of what it's going to take to get the job done, or we're all going to be out of office before we've even made any progress against this current. I feel like we're treading water, and maybe we've had some more difficulties nationally over the last few years of the conversation and whether or not people are looking to join police departments across the country. But with that new presented hurdle, I think it's our duty to react and to adapt and to present a budget that is going to get us past the difficulties we're facing. And so I imagine I will be voting against the HR budget because I wish you had $5 to $10 million more in order to recruit and focus on recruiting police officers. And that's not the only place I would put more money in the budget in order to affect, I think, a positive change in recruitment rather than the negative projection that we have in there. So with that, I'll yield to other council members for the moment. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody shares that sentiment. What I will say is, I've had the pleasure of working with Chief Smith over the last 15 months now, 4,500 years. What I found, though, is there's marginal utility and investment in managing the city's tax dollars through all of the needs. And I think everyone agrees that a priority is recruitment in public safety. But it's not just necessarily throwing money at it, unless we just want to sit here and go ahead and obligate the city to $100,000 starting a year's salaries, which I'm sure we would be the hottest ticket in town. My point that I'm making, though, is we have often asked, what are the things that we can do? And Chief Smith just listed a few, like take-home cars and retention bonuses. And what I'm saying is one of two things. As these things come up, we need to approve them. We can't ask experts for their opinion and then just say, respectfully, we disagree. I'm not an expert in recruiting. And then the second thing I'd say is she has always been, at least for me, gracious on the phone when I have some stupid idea of a creative way in which we can recruit. She may be rolling her eyes when I'm doing it. I'll take that. Well, I love the phone calls. But I guess the onus is back on the council as well. The administration's been working, I think, tirelessly to do that. So if people have suggestions other than let's just throw money at it,
they need to, we have to have an ongoing conversation with the administration and try and work with them on what those creative solutions can look like, because it is such a fierce work environment out there. And I'm not sure it's just throwing money at it. It's throwing money at it with an intent and a plan. And so I'll be voting in favor of the budget for those reasons, that I know that a lot of intention and a lot of thinking and a lot of planning on how to execute recruiting looks like. We can only do so many road shows to the University of Memphis asking kids to join up. So, but the challenge really is at the council's feet to continue to support creative ways in which we can recruit and retain officers and firefighters. One of the things that we talked about that I was unaware of was firehouses, like how important that is to those firefighters based on the amount of time they spend there. We think about take-home cars, the amount of time that an officer has to spend in their car. So anyway, I'll be voting in favor of this budget, but I certainly understand my colleague's point. But I think, again, it's not just a dollar sign issue. It's coming up with the things and recognizing the needs of what those officers are looking for, whether it's a school district or whatever that may be. So with that, I yield.
Yeah, I'll respond to that, then we'll go to Chairman Colvett, and absolutely agree about not throwing dollars at it. There is a trust with Chief Smith that if she were handed that funding, that they would come up with the programming, the ideas, the marketing, whatever necessary to get more qualified officers in the door through the academy and ultimately on the streets. And so if we were talking about money for salaries, we wouldn't be doing it here. We'd be talking about it in the police budget. And I do think long-term that's something, as we ask more of our officers in terms of training, as it becomes more competitive out there, just supply and demand where there are fewer people willing to sign up, we probably will have to increase pay. I think long-term, unless there's another market shift in the national conversation, or at least be able to compete with salaries in the regional area against Germantown and some of the other municipalities. So don't think, I didn't go into line item detail on some of those increases or ideas for recruiting. I won't bore everybody with it at this moment, but that there is more that can be done. And I'm afraid 4 years from now, I'll be gone from this council. I think some of y'all will still be here, and we might still be looking at the exact same recruitment numbers as we're just bouncing up and down. Maybe they've gone down, maybe they've gone up, but since I've been here, we've barely been keeping our head above water. And again, I'm speaking just to simply police recruitment. Thank you.
I would say one point. One of the things that we'll talk about it next is our healthcare. Like, this city's healthcare program is one of, I'll use the term robust, but luxurious would be another term. And we often don't give it enough credit for its ability to recruit, because we often talk about salaries and take-home pay as opposed to compensation. And again, I'll just use this term, having been in large organizations, it is one of the most luxurious healthcare plans in this part of the world, period. So, and again, it's managed by, it's a team effort, but it's part of the recruiting side of this thing. And we'll talk about healthcare in a minute, but anyway, I yield.
Agreed. And remarkably, it's not getting the job done. All right, Chairman Colvett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure, though, something. Just in case, if they added $5 million to it, you're not in favor of a tax increase?
No.
Okay,
I think there are cuts we could make within the budget that I would prioritize public safety over.
Okay, so you think you can find $5 million?
I could. Whether the mayor or 7 council members would agree with me is a different story.
I look forward to that. This is going to be fun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Cuts where? That's all I want to know.
Councilman Smiley.
Few cuts where?
Well, I think there's one city council grant program would be the first, and I think easiest. I think pre-K is, again, a very popular program, but not a center program in terms of the core needs of the city of Memphis, and it may be something that the federal government comes in to fully fund here in the near future. And I think there are a number of positions in government that I wouldn't count as important as recruiting police officers. And again, I think it'd be a difficult conversation because we don't have the full control where we can make a cut from a personnel line item, but we can't say which positions to cut. Hiring firepower lays with the mayor, and so it'd have to be a coordinated effort. If the mayor is interested in the ideas, I'd be happy to go up to the 7th floor and we could pencil and paper it out.
I'm kind of going to push press here. I'm probably going to say I should have done it. So the programs you're speaking about cutting is Joanne Massey's department.
No?
Okay. I just want to make sure. Chief Smith, thank you. Excellent presentation of budget. I'll be voting in favor.
Okay. But not necessarily. But in terms of specific jobs, they're not, we have some in core services that are sacrosanct that we have to preserve, but there's some that aren't. And I think that should be on the table when we're talking about the public safety of the people we represent. And that it's a tough decision. These are not times for kind of, I think, idle or reckless talk around these issues, but we're talking about in 2020, major violent crimes went up by over 24%. That's murder, rape, robberies, aggravated assaults. And I think the lawlessness that we're facing now, since I've been on council, is almost unprecedented. And I don't like to use that word. It's become trite and overused. And again, as some council members come to the end, or at least they can see the end of their time and their service here, I think one of my number one regrets will be how little we move the needle forward in terms of public safety, or even to be on a plan that is moving the needle in terms of public safety. We've done remarkable in other areas of the city, but in this regard, I don't see how this budget is taking us in the right direction.
But didn't the mayor just adopt a plan to address public safety? I think that's one of Councilman Warren's. I digress.
But I'll take a stab back at that. I mean, we're digressing big time, but I have to push back on that, because here's the deal. If I had $5 million extra sitting around, and you talk about violent crime in the pandemic, which was across the nation, burglaries are down, but violent crime's up, domestic crime's up. I was talking to Councilwoman Johnson, and we were talking about one of the nonprofit agencies, and she simply made the point that they switched their mission simply to have a place for children to be while virtual learning is going on, so that their parents could go to work. Like, when you look at the trends of violent crime across the city, it's because people don't have mentors, they don't have opportunity, they don't have simply a place to be. And so, when you talk about pre-K, like, we can talk about literacy trends, but ask yourself, where is that child going to go when mom or dad has to go to work if they don't have opportunity for pre-K or somewhere to be, right? And so it has to happen hand in hand. Like, victims need advocates, and they need people to solve their crimes, and we need the gang unit to get out there and bust up organized crime with ties to Mexico and around the world. No one disagrees with that. But we can't get off this tangent as if, like, there's some magic number of police officers that's going to stop some of the community and social issues that, like, are devastatingly out there. So if I had $5 million, I would probably ramp up things like after-school programs and literacy programs and pre-K, where I know that if there are families that are working, that at least that youth has a place to be that's safe for them, and there's opportunity down the road. But that's just me. So I'll use that.
We are absolutely not doing the blocking and tackling that is our responsibility. And there are a large number of reasons for crime. And you talk about poverty, and you talk about education. But what's in the wheelhouse of the city of Memphis within our police department, and the number that we've all agreed to in the officers for the complement, is that when a crime has occurred, it's our job to investigate the crime, to collect the evidence, to arrest the individual responsible and turn them over to the DA and the county system for justice, and so that they don't create future victims for future crimes. And in that responsibility that is solely ours, so the Memphis Police Department and some federal agencies, but mostly the Memphis Police Department, we are falling short. And we can invest in after-school programming, and we do. We can invest in community centers, and we do. But the first responsibility is the police department, And that's where I don't believe we're getting the job done.
Mr. Chair, I call for the question.
We've got some other members of the queue, but I think we do need to move on from this topic. We'll be here all day. I've got Councilman Logan first in the queue, then we'll go to Councilman Ford. And Councilman Jones. If possible, we probably should fade away from this back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. But since we are on the topic and it was stated publicly about the fact that we're, what we're doing as council members, we are doing what we should do. We definitely want a compliment that's adequate, and we stated that from the results of the Public Safety ad hoc committee. But we also know that by being on the street, in the community, dealing with people, that the crime is not just because we don't have 2,500 police officers, because we've seen that number go up and down, and we've still seen the numbers, violent crime go up. So, putting money for the grants for those people that are leading the ground efforts in addressing mental health, in addressing workforce development, and meeting the needs of the kids and the children in school, because the crimes are being committed by people. And when you invest in people and shoring them up and giving people the things or providing things that we as cities should provide to help them be whole, then that's reducing the crime as well. But we can't just be one-sided, look at it blindly, like having 2,500 policemen is going to solve all the problems. That's not going to happen, just having 2,500 policemen. And so I hope that as a body, we continue to call on each other and listen to each other and work with each other to bring all the things that need to be in the picture to fruition, and not feel that just adding more policemen. We want well-trained, well-staffed, and well-compensated public safety officers, but we also need well-compensated, paid, and staffed teachers, mental health officers, community involvement and engagement. There are a lot of areas and components. So let's not belittle any area, but work together to bring all the areas up through our budget. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Ford.
Thank you very much. I might be a little ugly right now, okay? Councilwoman Logan was correct. But let me just say something. A lot of us have done this to ourselves. Some of these council members should be able to do some things themselves too. Yesterday, the NRA, we want to talk about them for a minute. Some of y'all, send them all this money. You could come and help if you're worried about crime. You spend your money instead of sending to them for this man that's getting ready to go to jail. They spent $275,000 of y'all's money to buy him some suits. You want to talk about crime? He's the one that's putting all these guns out here for everybody to buy. That y'all help some of us, some of y'all. I'm not saying who, but some of y'all know who I'm talking about. But you want to talk about crime. Like Councilwoman Logan said, you can put 1,000 police. What they've done, it's going to take more than that. We need to get our priorities together. Maybe we need to give to the city, or you start a program. Let's start this where we can end up spending money instead of sending it to NRA. All these other places that, hey, he can go sit on a yacht. He can go do this. But you're being a fool. Because he's out here selling all these guns, and I got to say, and selling it to our folks. Okay? Y'all go hunting. But I had, at my place of business, had a visitation. It took 45 minutes for the police to get to my place. And they kind of said, hey, when it's over, we'll be there, okay? But I'm 5'11.5". Nobody's 6 feet. Hell, his gun was taller than me. We did. Because we gave to this corporation, we gave to this one, we gave to that one. But you want to talk about crime? Quit giving. Give your money to the right folks. A lot of us have it. Give it to the right one. You go to Walmart and you can walk in, ain't got to have no ID, but you can go and buy a gun, shotgun, or whatever you want. But then you got to show ID to go get this, that, and the other.
To vote.
Huh?
To vote.
To vote. Y'all changing it. Y'all sit there with this Trump thing. It's over for him. Wake up, smell the coffee. That's what we need to do. Let's do it together. You know, let me just say this, and I'm going to be through. Atlanta, Georgia was a little hick town. Hick town. We are a hick town. Okay? We should be doing better than Atlanta. But you know what Atlanta did? They said, we all got to do it together. When they decided that, look what happened. Everything took off. But here we are, Memphis, Tennessee, and it's sad. Really sad. Go back into some history. That's what I said. It's a shame what we do. We get to the wrong people, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different groups. If it ain't about them, it's not going to be about nobody. We need to wake up. Maybe then we can do a lot of different things. Don't get on her. Doing the job. No, get on ourselves. I'm just telling you the truth. You know, time out for the mess. We all need to do it together. You know, not about black, not about white, but you know, it's about all of us. But you know, y'all put it in our position. You know, that's like, you come, I'll give you a good typical example. Somebody come to town. You're on Interstate 240 coming. I'll go just Poplar Avenue. Driving south, west. And you get to a mall. Hell, you know you're in a black neighborhood. You know why? The lighting changed. You know, and that white folks know. Hell, you're in a black neighborhood. Be careful. Have you all ever noticed that? We need to start noticing things. That's why I said, all of us sit up here, it's 13 of us. And it's kind of sad sometimes. We look at it as black, we look at it as white, but there's only 2 ways, right and wrong. And we all know it. That's why we need to all just forget, hey, let's do all these things together and we can make a difference. You know, and I want y'all to think, because just be honest, election time coming around, people want to do some things. New day, new era. All of us need to start thinking. You know, because a lot of times, and I'm just be honest, when people win an election, hell, you done got the wrong person, just like Trump was the wrong person. Hell, he done ruined and he done put hate out here in this country. And you know what? And everybody's still trying to follow it. You know? And I'm gonna just be honest. Black folk, we've suffered and suffered and suffered. We know how to deal with all these things. Okay? We never had, but we knew how to survive. White folk, hey, when it gets tough, y'all don't know how to survive. If you look at the numbers, I'm just being honest with y'all. Y'all might go kill yourself, go do this, go do that. That's y'all. But when it comes to us, Shucks, all I need is some water, salt, and pepper. Hell, I got a meal.
Yeah, Alex Smith last. I don't think.
You know, I'm just being, you know, I mean, it's time to just, hey, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of things that everybody's been saying with these budgets. And a lot of it's about everybody else, not about the budget. But it's time for all of us to be for real. I really don't even want to be on this council. Really don't know why I ran again. But you know what? I like people. But I wonder about others. That's why I said I want everybody to wake up, smell the coffee. Okay? Because I'm the type person, oh Lord, I can be your friend and I can be your worst enemy when you don't want to do what's right. But I'm telling y'all that today, you know, because I don't have to be here. Because I tell you, a lot of time when y'all start talking about this and the other, I really don't want to be here. And I think a few others might feel the same way. Because a lot of times we just be spinning wheels. I was on the council before, and hey, it was a lot of almost the same things. A lot of people, it was about self. It's not about self anymore. It's about what you can do for this city where we can grow. We'll never grow. We send everything to Mississippi. We send everything to Arkansas. People around us got businesses other than here. Send everything. I'll give you another good example. Graceland.
Councilman Ford.
Yeah, I let everybody speak all the time.
And I've granted you a lot of latitude because you have been patient throughout all the hearings and listening to other council members.
Give me one more minute, just like everybody else have 2 hours. I've been very patient. Graceland, send everybody down to Mississippi when they leave Graceland. I got an issue with it. If you come down and we just talking about Elvis Presley Boulevard, they put some weeds out in front that they just renovated the streets, everything else looked like a mess out in our area. But if you went out east, it wouldn't be that way. And I'm going to be quiet since you want me to be quiet. But you know, when I speak, I don't want to cut me off. I got just as much time and just as much right because you know what? I'm a council member just like you. You're no more than me. So please never cut me off. I'm a black man. Don't cut me off. Never cut me off, please, sir. And I yield the floor. But don't ever do that to me. Don't cut me off anymore. I sit here and I be quiet and I listen to the all mess. And when I speak, you give me my respect. And I'm through. And don't y'all forget that.
Councilman Ford, you have my respect for a number of reasons.
Don't cut me off. I'm through.
You do? But in a budget hearing, we're going to do our best to keep it to the budget. There is some latitude granted to council members because of so many of the topics that we talked about. City Hall have an effect on the budget one way or the other. But if council members could, please keep it to budget matters. I think that would be productive for all of us in the time we have here, not only staff, but the administration and your colleagues. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask a question of you, Ms. Smith, I just wanted to reflect here to talk about the issue of crime and budget and police and all of that too. That Dr. Rosenfeld, Richard Rosenfeld, professor of criminology and criminal justice at the University of Missouri St. Louis, has studied crime trends across the pandemic for the Council on Racial Justice, a nonpartisan research organization, and found that homicides increased an average of 53% across 20 major American cities during the summer. Jeff Asher, a crime analyst in New Orleans, said the rise in killings was hitting all corners of the country. He pointed out several Republican-led cities that have seen sharp upticks. Lubbock, which has seen 29 homicides compared with 9 in the same period last year. Lexington, where homicides are up 40%, and Miami, where homicides have risen nearly 30%. So, you know, I'm never going to let let a comment go unchallenged by facts to point and think that Memphis is the worst place, and this is the only issue where this is happening. It's taking place across the country. And I'm okay with, hey, if something is working in another city, let's try it here and let's bring it here. But we cannot sit here and say Memphis is the worst place, and because trends that are national are going to affect us too. We do not operate and we do not live in a silo. So as I've pointed out and talking about recruitment, other cities have the same recruiting challenges for police across the country. Here in Tennessee, the Tennessee Highway Patrol has a shortage of officers. They do not have a residency requirement. They can recruit and live all across the state of Tennessee. They have challenges recruiting officers. So we need to look at other things, as Mr. Ford talked about the gun issue. So we can throw all of the money at the problem, and it's not going to provide any type of solution. Now, back to HR. And this is not necessarily budget, but I think that it can help us frame some of what we're doing, what we're discussing in some of the other budget presentations. But it does fall in your wheelhouse. So when Mr. Connect was here, he indicated that in the sewer fund, there are 73 vacancies, stormwater, 70 vacancies, solid waste, 72. I'll pull some of the other presentations here. Parks, 27, public works, 45. So those added up together, 287 vacancies. Yet, when I look on the city's website, I only see 61. Now, I know there are other things, but I'm just thinking that if a person is looking, let's just say I'm a person looking for a job for the city of Memphis. He did say that some of them have multiple positions in there, but just a cursory search, I saw maybe 3 or 4 that had multiples. But I'm just saying, for us to, whether it's police recruits, what may be helpful, and if I'm looking for a job, I think I may have, if I feel I may not be the best qualified person, but if I see that there are 15 positions for it, I might have a chance there. So I would hope that our website can be more reflective, and just those 287 unfilled positions, just out of 5 budget presentations that I have here. I think that I don't know if it would make it easier if we did sort of list all of them and basically say, look, Memphis needs folks, just like every employer is finding those challenges, but I think that our website, that being our welcoming mat, if you will, for job openings, we can better reflect that, because if I'm just an outside person, I just see 61, but based upon these budget presentations, there are over 300 in those areas that I'm talking about.
May I respond?
Please, yes.
So, similar to private sector as well, just because a position is vacant doesn't mean that we are actually recruiting for it. So that those are 2 different things. And so with the positions that we have posted, it is a best practice to make sure that you have clarity on the job description and you post that position. And for the positions where we're hiring multiple people, we do indicate that we're hiring for multiple individuals. Sometimes we're able to expand the number. So depending on the assessment or testing process, maybe expand how many we can bring in. So for example, with police recruit, we have 1 police recruit job posting there, but essentially, if you meet the qualifications and you're able to pass our physical and the written assessment, we're going to bring you in. We don't have, a maximum cap. And then there's some positions where we do. I'm open to, kind of talking to you more about that. But, I think our goal here, which is one of the reasons why I pushed heavily into 2016 for us to move the police process to an online application versus a paper process. It gives us the ability to be able to market more effectively, be able to share and have individuals share it and talk about it more on social media, so that people know about the different job opportunities available.
Yeah, thanks for that. And mine didn't necessarily start with police. It was right, you were out in the hall when the discussion was taking place about, we were talking about the budgetary aspect. There's an ask, but there were 103 positions available that were vacant. And so to us, it appears like, okay, well, you're carrying this from year to year. and you're in these positions, you only showing 27 on the website, you're never going to fill them if I'm on the outside looking at the city's website and it's only showing 27 positions here. So I don't know how much coordination, and I'll just say this, the division directors are on a different page and don't know, based upon what they're saying to us, they don't know what the process is because well, not necessarily don't know what the process is. There's a disconnect about the website and what their available jobs is, what they're putting on paper, and what seems to be the efforts to fill those jobs.
So for 1 second, I'd like Fonda to come up. I think it would be good for her to just quickly explain our job requisition process, because I think it would be just so we can have clarity on that point.
Hello. How you doing? So in order for us to post a job, the division has to submit the requisition for us to post it. So if they have not submitted the requisition for us to post, we don't know that they're ready to recruit for it. But once they do submit the requisition for us to post, then we meet with the hiring manager. We talk with them about any type of advertising that they want to do, what job sites to put it on, what job boards we put it on, and then it posts to the website.
Mr. McGowan, you sat through all of this, and you know, this is, and we are going away from budget here. You sat through all of this, but to this point, for Mr. Connect to say that he's had these same vacancies for a number of years, there's something that's not happening between his having pretty much the same complement last year for the same positions that he's saying they are hard to fill. I don't know what's taking place. The message isn't getting out there, and so we're seeing these vacancies every year, and we're telling folks, hey, these are good jobs. You can talk about a heavy machinery. And I understand the labor market may be tight now, but everybody else is saying that there's jobs that can be filled, so there's a disconnect somewhere.
So thank you for that. And yes, well, thank you, Andy. Anyway, I'll say to the specific topic at hand about recruiting, I'll just remind everybody that from 2016 to 2018, the best recruiting thing we have for police and fire is the referendum, ostensibly a $62 million a year increase in funding for the benefit of police and fire, ostensibly for recruiting and retention purposes. Long before that was passed, Chief Smith had taken us from a complement of 1,900 police officers on the way to 2,100. And yes, the number has waned since then, but we did that without that significant and considerable, and before the question was even answered, before the referendum was even passed, she was able to put a recruiting and retention program in place that brought the complement up to nearly 2,100 people. Yes, it has waned since we have had that considerable, and in spite of the fact that we have a relocation bonus, and in spite of the fact that we have a referral bonus, and in spite of the fact that we have down payment assistance. So I have incredible faith in our ability to do all of the things that are right from a recruiting and retention perspective, from the technical aspects of recruiting. And so there is somewhat of a difference in the budget. If you go back to 2018, it was about $4.1 million, and now it's about $2.6 million. Much of that was consultants to say, what else could you be doing? We took all of that advice, and we have all of that advice, and we're following it now. So I understand the dialogue here. Certainly the success that we've had there when we did bring that complement up, we're following the same posting protocol here, but we are always aiming to improve. What you pointed out, this is a great dialogue. We haven't had this discussion in previous budget years under this administration about how we can improve those postings. And Councilman, I don't know what's right, if you have all 27 vacancies or if you have one that says 27, but we're willing to try whatever you think is right. And we'll, if there is a gap in the understanding about what's posted versus what's actually available, I realize that it can be complex for me as well. Sometimes it's a continual posting. Sometimes we post it only twice a year. So some really good dialogue there. And I appreciate the opportunity to continuously improve the offerings and to get the word out. I, like you, I'm frustrated. We have really good paying jobs at the sewer treatment plant. We have great paying jobs in public works. And it's just frustrating that, some of them need a CDL and that we just can't get the talent. So we're willing to continue to pitch in and to work on it.
Yeah, and look, I didn't mean to, I think that I commend the job that you've done. And I would say my comments were more so for everything besides police, because I know that that's a challenge in and of itself. So my comments were largely based upon Mr. Connect sitting here a few minutes ago in his department. I know the challenges that exist on a nationwide on a nationwide scale from a police standpoint. Mine were more so just looking at what the division directors, what he presented as far as his vacancies, and what I'm looking at on the website. Maybe there's some reconciliation that can take place with that to help fill some of those vacancies. But no, I think that you've done as great of a job as can be expected, taking into consideration what the national challenge is and what the national landscape is. So, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. We have Councilman Logan in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just as I had mentioned yesterday, I think that was with Director of MATA, it may be an idea to have each council member host a job fair. Instead of continuing to ask the people to come to us, maybe we can go to the people and utilize the council members' connections and rapport with the constituents in their districts. That was just an idea, Chief Smith, to think, utilize that as an option.
And we would happily partner with you. This year, for the first time, we experimented with an app called HOVA, and we actually hosted our first ever virtual job fair. It had over 400 participants with it. So whether you want to do something in person or virtual, we have some new capability to work with you.
Thank you, Chair Yobet. Thank you, Chief Smith.
Okay, any other council members, comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the HR operating budget signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. HR operating budget is approved. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Well, hopefully, it's never been a quick break. I keep saying that. You said 6:15? It is for some. All right, we're going to say 6:15. Let's try to get back in here by then. Yeah. Everybody, we're back in session after that recess. And can I get a motion on the healthcare budget?
Second.
Okay, so I had a motion from Councilman Canale, second from Councilman Jones. Chief Smith, the floor is yours. If you have anybody new to introduce from your team, please do.
No, we have our same HR team here, Mr. James Jones, Ms. Fonda Fouché, and Mr. William Byrd. If we can advance the slide deck to slide 26. We'll go to the healthcare fund. Moving to the next slide. So the HR division supports our healthcare fund. We have 14,237 covered lives on the fund. Year over year, we've increased by 174. That is related primarily to the sales tax referendum benefits expansion that happened last year with police and fire. Also, we have two main plans on our healthcare plan, the choice plan, which is a lower deductible, higher premium, and the select plan, which is a higher deductible, lower premium. We saw some movement towards the select plan, which was primarily due to our plan design changes that we implemented in 2020. Some key highlights, number one, an investment in mental health support with our partnership with Talkspace, also supporting the pandemic efforts by offering incentives for both the flu shot and COVID vaccinations, and then offering free testing at on-site locations as well as vaccinations. Our FY22 goals continue to be focused on helping us to attract and retain talent for the city of Memphis. I do want to, we can go to the next slide. I do want to give an overview of healthcare cost trends. I'm often asked around how do we think COVID-19 has impacted our healthcare claims. And so from a deep data perspective, we did see a reduction in elective procedures and change in treatment patterns. For example, more telehealth usage or home therapy usage, less in-office visits. And then from a cost inflators, we did see additional services related to COVID-related treatment and other mental health services as well. In general, we saw a reduction in our medical claims of 12%, and we saw overall prescription drug claims a little bit higher as well. Overall, we anticipate between the difference in underutilization of what we thought the anticipated participation was going to be due to the sales tax referendum, as well as seeing the lower claims, we do think that in the plan design changes, we do request in this budget a decrease in our overall budget request, and we'll get into that in future slides. Next slide, please. So giving an overview of the estimated impact of the sales tax referendum, starting with the active side, we estimated that we would have 327 participants rejoining the plan with that sales tax referendum expansion. We actually had 174. And on the OPEB side, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, we anticipated that 713 would join our group health insurance, and we actually had 393. And so we overall thought we would have an estimate of over 1,000 to join, but we actually have 567. And so once again, the reduction of the number of participants has caused us to reimagine, if you will, the healthcare budget going into FY22. And I'll talk about our overall budget request moving forward. Next slide, please. So our overall budget request for this year is $90 million. And once again, that is primarily attributed to both the reduction in the number of anticipated plan participants, as well as the plan design changes that we had. So our claims experience, we anticipate will be around $79 million going into FY22. And the overall budget request is at $90.7 million. Next slide, please. Once again, reflecting a reduction in our budget request for FY22 compared to our FY21 funding budget, we're requesting less money in terms of $5 million. Once again, this is attributed to having 153 less people than what we anticipate on the plan, as well as the plan design changes driving for lower planning and medical trends. Next slide, please. This is another way of showing the year-over-year changes with the budget request, and once again showing a reduction in the claims incurred due to having less participants being a part of the plan than anticipated last year. Next slide, please. From a revenue standpoint, we have an overall aggregate cost share of 70-30 for our healthcare plan. The employer contribution of $71 million reflects that 70%. The $18 million you see reflected in our FY22 proposal reflects that 30%. Our budget request, once again, is $90.7 million. Next slide, please. And so comparing from FY21 to FY22, once again showing that reduction that we mentioned because of the change in plan design and plan participants. Next slide, please. The overall healthcare fund authorized complement remains the same at 10, with one vacant position that we're currently recruiting for. And next slide, that concludes my presentation of the healthcare fund. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Thank you. Chief Smith, I just want to know how much of that reduction are you going to give credit to your chairman of the committee last year? I don't want Mr. Carlisle to be able to take credit for, well, never mind. Thank you very much.
I give all the credit.
Any other council members? Councilman Jones?
I just want to say this looks good. I don't think I've ever seen any type of healthcare fund decrease. If we, claims I know that they're very unpredictable, and by being a self-insured plan, that's the risk that we assume, but this looks great. I hope we can carry it out. Good job.
I think that's a good question.
Councilman Warren?
Yes, how much of the difference in the rise in prescription drug costs was due to number of prescriptions, and how much of it was due to actual increase in the cost of the pharmaceuticals? Because in my mind, I think we probably had a likewise reduction in volume as far as prescriptions were concerned, and I think that really does show where our cost is, and that rise still was for the increased cost in pharmaceuticals compared to the usage. And I'm wondering, did we look at that?
We did look at that. If you give me one moment. This is William Bird, our compensation benefits manager. So we did see actually a reduction in our baseline percentage of a pharmacy drug prescription cost by 4.3%. And it is related to the reduction in actual costs due to us having a new vendor with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So we had a new vendor, but do we have a higher utilization of prescriptions per member, or did the cost go up? Because it still went up. So did it go up at a slower rate, and that's what you're talking about, the reduction?
So we're getting our PwC, who's our actuary, their dashboard report that has all of our pharmaceutical data.
You can get that to me offline.
Yeah, we can send that to you offline.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, council members or comments? And yeah, Chief Smith, you can just send that to everybody. That'd be helpful.
Yes, sir.
All right, seeing no other questions, I assume everybody. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't forget about it.
Okay.
Councilman
I
Johnson.
hope I'm not jumping ahead. On page 43, did you go past 43? Is that part of this presentation?
That's in the appendix, but I'm happy to talk about it.
We just want to know about the gym equipment and the fitness program.
So this 46, is it 46,000?
We got a good person up there who uses it, but I don't think he uses it that much. One person taking up 46,000, we can do that.
I think my fitness routine is 46,000.
So I think you're referring to our various wellness initiatives, also our fitness programming as well.
Yeah, the fitness programming and the gym and equipment
outsourcing. So one of the things we would like to do, so that the Human Resources Division actually manages 4 different fitness centers across the city of Memphis, one here in City Hall, one at Union Extended, one at the library, and one at 170. And so the maintenance of the fitness facilities, and also with the new COVID regulations, we're looking to get some more support. So we put some money in the budget to be able to get some more support for managing them, and also to extend the hours to be able to support that.
What about the classes?
I feel like there was...
One second, what about the classes?
Yes, so we also put money in the budget to be able to offer more classes, and particularly both virtual and in person. And so we place some money there. In the past, we've done a Zumba, HIIT, and yoga as well, and employees seem to really enjoy
I would do
that.
yoga if y'all do yoga. I'm in the queue though.
He has a question.
Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Chair.
On the same line of questioning, so we have multiple gyms? Do
We have 4.
And that means we can use all of the multiple gyms?
Yes.
And is there a way that you can send information to the council members so that all council members can use these gyms? Okay, but in terms of the, how much of this, I guess, the fitness programming, well, the gym and equipment outsourcing, could you break that down? Is it just maintaining the additional facilities, or is it, bringing someone in to teach classes, or is it
It's two different.
second line?
Yeah, so the outsourcing is the maintaining the equipment and the cleaning protocols.
The cleaning protocols, okay.
Within the facility and the facilities, and then the fitness programming is specific classes and having money to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council members? All right, seeing none, I assume you're ready to move to a vote on the HR division, healthcare budget. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Pen and chair, the ayes have it. Healthcare budget is approved. Can I get a motion and a second on the other post-employment benefits budget? It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Jones. Chief Smith, floor is yours on the OPEB budget.
Yes, sir. If we can advance to slide 47, other post-employment benefits fund, or otherwise known as retiree health care, is the next fund that we're talking about. And so in terms of FY21, from a group health insurance perspective, as I mentioned before, the extension of those a part of the program at 393, so we're at a total of 1,188 that are part of the group health insurance, particularly from the sales tax referendum, police and fire cohort. However, we do still have a private exchange via benefits that we offer, and essentially we stayed around flat with that, with 2,247 remaining within our Medicare private exchange. And then with the public 365 exchange, we actually increased that to 1,743. And then the average HRA amount at 3.8 million redeemed for the HRA. Our retiree healthcare goals continue to be focused around having a meaningful program and also helping us to be fiscally responsible as an employer. Next slide, please. So once again, because we anticipated around 700 to join the plan, and we had 383, we're actually at 320 less participants than what we thought would happen. Sorry, we're on slide 50. And so seeing that the claims trend, as well as with the plan design changes, we actually are requesting a reduction in our OPEB budget from last year because of that plan participant reduction at $22.1 million. Next slide, please. And so I do want to note that we saw an opportunity to right-size our HRA program. So we did request an increase there at $5.3 million for the healthcare reimbursement program to support our retirees who are both in the private exchange, as well as we have HRA amount with our select plan. But in the overall, when you look at the claims experience based on not having as many plans participants as we anticipated, we're actually requesting $5.5 million less over year at $22.1 million. Next slide, please. And so year over year, once again, showing us at less healthcare claims, and therefore asking for $5.5 million less for this budget for FY22. Next slide, please. And once again, looking to support the retiree healthcare program, we do have to maintain that 70-30 split, which we have with our revenue employer contribution being at $12 million, and the employee or retiree contribution being at $2.8 million. However, there is a deficit where we needed to close that by injecting $7.1 million, able to make sure that the fund remains stable. Next slide, please. And this is the year-over-year change in revenues. Once again, seeing a reduction on the employer premium side as well as the employee contribution side, because we had 320 less individuals participating in the plan than we anticipated last year. Next slide, please. And the complement, the full-time complement still remains at 3, no changes, no vacancies. And that concludes our HR presentation. I am happy to entertain any questions.
Any comments or questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, I assume you're all ready to move to the voice vote. All those in favor of the OPEB budget signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Opinion Chair, the ayes have it. OPEB budget is approved.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to know from the HR department, is there any way that we can give our retirees any kind of bonus over next year, since we're doing such a great job in reducing some of these budgets? Our retirees have not seen a increase, and I think it's over 8 years now. And it is our role and our responsibility as a council to see after those employees as well, and not to keep them in poverty, because that's what we're doing. Medications are going up, gasoline is going, everything has gone up every day, and we haven't given them not one red dime. Please help us. What can you do? Can you carve out anything for them so they can not just get an increase, but just get a bonus until we can afford to give them an increase?
Chief Smith or Chief Ford?
Well, I will say high level, when we had PwC conduct the analysis, that a 1% COLA increase would be around $17 million. And I think almost close to $2 million of the increase in the ADC. So I just want to kind of put those financials out there. I will defer to Chief Ford if she has any additional comments.
Talk about bonus, just like we're doing for the employees, bonus.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. And I know this is a concern, not just to you, but to lots of council members. And I certainly understand that. And I know we seem to have this discussion year after year. And I guess it was year before last where, you know, we actually were able to do some bonuses out to the retirees. And that's certainly at this point, given the budget where we are, a preferable method to get some funds to our retirees. And we could go back and look at the program that we implemented a couple of years ago for the bonus program to get it kind of a dollar amount on that, and then bring it back and wrap up so that it can be brought up as a discussion and wrap up.
Okay, and may I ask one last question? Have we utilized those dollars that we are able to get from MLTW as a pilot? Water pallet.
We have included that revenue into our proposed general fund budget. That is that increase was a part of the FY22 general fund proposed budget revenues. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Councilman Canale.
Thanks, Chairman. Instead of a percent increase for the retirees, can we look at just a across the board dollar amount and putting a threshold on it? $25 may mean more to me if I'm making $20,000 a year as opposed to the guy next to me that's making $100,000. And for the ADC contribution, for public safety retirees, can we take any of that out of the sales tax referendum money? Just a question. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Okay. If y'all get back to Councilman Canale with the answers to that question, we'll go ahead and move on. Oh, Councilman Jones, still on the same topic.
Ms. Ford, going back to OPEB and sort of following the line of questioning that Councilwoman Robertson had, at what level is the pension funded now based upon the most recent actuarial study?
Oh, you'd ask me the hard question, wouldn't you? Well, the ADC is funded at 100%, right? And I think the actuarial plan funding is about 85 or 89%.
85, 89?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and then, so from year to year, if you don't have it off the top of your head, just let me know where it was last year, maybe the year before that too.
You mean the total amount of funding, like the total ADC?
No, the actuarial funding part.
The ADC funding part has been funded 100%.
No, I get that part, but for it to say
percent funded of the
actuarial value,
entire
we can,
full volume of pension.
We can pull that. It's not going to change too much. It's going to be right in that 80 range, depending on the market values of the assets when we close the books in June.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Last item on the agenda is the finance division. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. And Chief Ford, we have two presentations here. One's the debt service fund and one's the finance division. Debt service fund is just for our information, correct? Are we taking any action on this?
I know that there is a budget attached to debt service that must be approved.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
It's pretty straightforward, but it's still part of our budgeting process.
Okay. Didn't know if technically you needed to vote on it or not.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's start with the finance division operating budget general fund. Chief Ford, the floor is yours. If you'll introduce yourself and your team, and we'll hold questions till the end.
Well, good afternoon, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer and kind of Director of the Finance Division. Today, making our presentation is the Comptroller and the Interim Budget Manager, Dewana Morris. And then accompanying her, I am so pleased to introduce to you is our new Budget Manager, Etna Smith, who joined us Monday. So we are delighted and excited. Etna comes to us with 9 years of experience as a budget manager. And as you know, we had some high-level changes in our budget division or our budget department this year. And so we are delighted that Etna is here with us. She's getting the first real taste of what it's like during budget season for us, right? But Dewana stepped in this year to serve as our interim budget manager and has guided the team. We also have some team members back there, our accounting manager, Star Nichols, and let's see who else I got. Accounting manager, Candace Wright, and accounting manager, Sandra, what's your name? No, I'm just kidding. Broadnex Taylor, who's wonderful. I'm so fortunate to have an incredible team. And then making the debt service presentation is Deputy Director Andre Walker. So I will turn it over to Comptroller Morris for our presentation.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Again, as Chief Ford said, my name is Tawana Morris, Comptroller for the City of Memphis. I wanted to also mention that joining us in the room is Program Director John Zena, and also I believe on the call is Program Director Joanne Massey. So they'll also be joining us should you guys have any additional questions about. Next slide, please. This slide is the organization chart for the finance division. It's presented this year by the legal level basis with the various service centers up under it. Next slide, please. Our strategic priorities that are going to be addressed by this budget, the finance division, we strive to continue advancing the culture of excellence in government by providing good fiscal and financial stewardship. Funding for fiscal year 22 will provide the resources needed to continue our mission of providing financial leadership, superior financial services, timely financial information, and award-winning reporting for the fiscal year 21, note I say annual reports, and the fiscal year 22 budgets. The fiscal year 22 proposed finance division budget provides for maintenance of staffing established in fiscal year 21. With this, we just want to continue the efficiency in the accounting and procurement programs to better match service demands. The division's funding for 22 also provides for continued progress toward the implementation of a new treasury system in the calendar year of 2022. Non-personnel costs are budgeted to provide the appropriate level of resources for services required. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the finance division, I mentioned Program Director Zena. The finance division includes the Office of Planning and Development, and the budget contains sufficient funding to meet the Shelby County required needs. Next slide, please. You skipped it. Okay, great. All right. This is our bridge. I know we've heard a lot about CARES, and so I think that the key things to mention here is the adjustments that you see, particularly in personnel services. I know Chief Ford has mentioned several times about what we were allowed to do under CARES, and so that $11.5 million that you're seeing adjusting the funding budget to approximately $19.8 million is strictly driven by CARES. The other, I guess, mention is the $592,000 in materials and supplies. Much of that too is COVID related. Next slide, please. The program comparative spending. We set up this particular service center, again, that you'll see at the bottom, to capture a lot of the COVID-19 expense. Again, the finance division is carrying the bulk of COVID-19 expenditures for the other divisions as it relates to personnel costs, particularly in the areas of COVID, OJI, and COVID hazard pay. There's one exception to that, which is the fire division, because a lot of their COVID was FEMA reimbursed. Next slide, please. Again, same general factor here. You see in personnel an $11.5 million reduction in our fiscal year 22 request, totally driven by hopefully no need for CARES type of expenditures. Also a reduction of almost 637,000 in the materials and supplies line. No one big driver there. Next slide, please. As far as revenue is concerned, not a lot of noise here. We don't contribute a lot in this area. But the donated revenue that you see proposed in fiscal year 22 is basically restoring the Office of Diversity back to what it was originally, so remaining flat. I do think we'll have one slight adjustment to that. Director Massey, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Comptroller Morris. The adjustment is council approved the resolution for a partnership with Housing and Community Development and the Office of Sustainability to provide OSHA training for our vendors at the Entrepreneurs Network Center. And so for year one, it was 24, and for year two, it was 32. So I think we'll be asking for an adjustment there. However, it is, and Comptroller Morris, you can help me here with the term, you're the finance person, it's budget neutral, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a reimbursement that we're going to be receiving back from Shelby County. It's kind of interesting. It's just, it's budget neutral. Just leave it at that. All right. Thanks.
That's it, Comptroller.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. I think, I know it was mentioned earlier, you can see on this slide that prevailing wage has been moved to engineering. So you do see those authorized complements in fiscal year 21. However, they're not present for 22. We did have one increased service level request in the Office of Comprehensive Planning. And we have, let me talk through some of the vacant positions. I think this is probably more than we generally have in the Division of Finance. In the budget office, again, we probably should have noted that this was as of March 31. In addition to having oversight of the budget, I've been doing a lot of recruiting. So I just wanted to highlight that in the budget office, we now have 3 of those positions. One of those would have been our budget manager. We have 2 new analysts, one who has whose start date has passed, and then another who's accepted and not started yet. So 3 of those 4 positions are down. Let's see. I think there's some other areas in procurement. One of those has been filled, and I believe in Treasury, one of those has been filled. So we are heavily recruiting to get these positions filled. I just want to highlight that. Next slide, please. All right, this is just a category of our major M&S expenses. Again, just to meet some of the strategic initiatives that we discussed earlier, our largest line item there is miscellaneous professional services. Next slide, please. More color around that particular line item. Griffith and Strong, who I believe Director Massey has presented on that, is our largest item there. In the area of sourcing, as we meet those needs that where some of the vacant positions have been in the accounting and accounts payable area, we are utilizing Robert Half and then also Nemark, one of our minority recruiting offices, to fill some of those interim time slots. And then just some other various vendors that you'll see in our that make up that miscellaneous line. Next slide, please. We do have the one lease, and I wanted to highlight that that is the Universal Life Building, Director Massey's Business Development Center, I believe. Right. The next slide is our minority women business enterprise utilization. We have about 34% spend with MBE spend, and another 5.69 for a total of 40%. And then next is our 5-year trend report. which I'll give you guys a chance to look over that. And then, Councilman Jones, I wanted to mention that I did go back and look at last year's budget hearing, finance budget hearing in preparation for this, and saw that at the end of the meeting, you had wanted a little more color around the other funds. And so we made sure that we got that information for you.
Thank you.
Chief Wardell is going to have the pleasure of giving you with that color at this time.
Thank you, Comptroller Morris. I appreciate it. Again, council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon and to kind of provide you an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2022 operating budget under the Finance Division for those other funds. And many of you are aware of the other funds, but when we presented last year, we did it just very kind of summary overview. And we were asked to come back to give a little more information, especially for maybe some of the new council members who weren't as familiar with some of the special revenue funds. Some of them have been around a long time, and we are required to submit a budget to the state for these funds. So it is part of your approval process to review and to have oversight over these particular special revenue funds. So the first one, I'm just going to kind of go over them and telling you what they are, and then we can talk about, I'm sorry, yes, thank you, Ashley, what they are. The State Street Aid is a special revenue fund that's been around for a long time, but basically this is gasoline tax revenues that are received from the state of Tennessee, and then they are very specific, as are all special revenue funds, as to what they can be expended for. And there's very much a formula about what about that is, and I can promise you we spend every single penny of it every single year, and still it's not quite enough. The next one is our Hotel Motel Fund, also a special revenue fund, and the proceeds of the Hotel Motel occupancy tax. Part of that is used to pay the bond indebtedness to the Sports Authority for the we call it still the new fund is called the New Memphis Arena Fund, but it's the FedEx Forum as we all affectionately know it. And then another piece of that is collected also that can provide for some major repair maintenance to the convention center, the new Renaissance Convention Center. And then there's also a room night fee that is collected, and that's payable to the Memphis Convention and Visitors Bureau. We do get to keep like a little 1% of that, but that's a $2 room night fee. All of this runs through this Hotel Motel Fund. Also is the New Memphis Arena Fund, which is also a special revenue fund. This is where revenues from the MLG&W water pilot are used for payments to the Memphis-Shelby County Sports Authority, again, for the FedEx Forum. New last year was the 2019 sales tax referendum, which we have talked a lot about in the overview. The mayor shared a lot about this fund with you, and I'm going to go over again some of those things specific now that they are presented to you. As the mayor said, based on your approval, we have proposed a budget for that, and again, as all budgets are, it is subject to your approval. But this is the revenues that were generated from the additional sales tax imposed to restore the health care and pension benefits for the public and safety employees, and to provide with any funds remaining to provide for street maintenance and to also fund pre-K. And then we also have the pre-K fund, which was established to accept those funds and again can only be used specifically for that exact purpose. And this is to, obviously, as we've talked a little bit about today, to provide comprehensive and needs-based pre-K education for the children of Shelby County. And that was in conjunction with council, and we were so appreciative of how that all came together and that we were able to establish the pre-K fund. New this very moment, even though the money is not here yet, we do have a proposed budget for you that we outlined in the budget overview and that the mayor mentioned, but I'll go into a little more detail today, is the American Rescue Plan Act, and that is the special revenue fund that will hold those federal funds when we get them. We're expecting that allocation any day, but this fund is to manage those funds received under the Rescue Plan Act and disbursements as such. And then an internal service fund that we haven't talked about yet. We have talked about the healthcare fund, which is an internal service fund, and we talked about with general services the fleet fund, which is also an internal service fund. But the remaining internal service fund that we have not addressed yet is our unemployment fund, and that is the fund that manages the city's unemployment liability. We are self-insured, so that all runs through this internal service fund. So next page. So I'm just going to give some highlights of the state street aid. You can see the revenues run anywhere, and it depends. We've had revenues. We were adopted a little bit down this year, expecting to be impacted by the pandemic. And as you can see from FY20 to where we are forecasting where we think we're going to end, we still had some impact there from the pandemic. But for FY22, we are proposing that we're going to be right back on. And so we're excited to do that. But again, these funds are very specific to what they can be used for and how they are dispersed out of this fund. And it's very highly regulated. We do report this even separately, again, to the State Comptroller's Office. Next page, again, is the hotel motel tax. As you can see, the primary up to this point has been the local taxes for the revenue that comes into this special revenue fund. When we talked earlier in the overview about allocations out of the ARPA funds where we were allowed to have revenue replacement, you can see for FY21, again, we compared to where we think we are going to land back to FY19, and we could allocate up to $9 million in revenue replacements for FY21. And I'm going to come back to why that's important in just a moment. And then in FY22, based on our proposed, we are saying there's another $6.9 million that could be used for revenue allocation into that fund. So the important things about these funds is some of them are very much pass-throughs. Okay, so like the $2 a night room fee, 99% of that it comes in and it goes right back out. The other pieces of it are used to service debt. And while there is a fund to balance in the hotel motel tax fund, this revenue replacement would ensure that we have the availability of funds to make the debt service payments on this. And Deputy Director Walker can talk a little bit more about our debt servicing funds when he talks about this, but this just ensures that. It doesn't mean that I might need every single penny of that revenue replacement, but it does give us the ability to allocate money to these special revenue funds for revenue replacement. Overall, we're seeing a small decrease in our proposed budget, from our forecast budget, but then you will see because of the additional revenue that could possibly come in, but basically this is budgeted flat year over year. Next slide, please. Let's see, we should be on page 29. Yes, the new Memphis Arena Fund. Again, this is to service debt typically for the FedEx Forum. The other thing that you will see that's a little bit different this year, if you recall, we came to you and late last fall, I think, to ask for capital expenditures. And this was expenditures for this building that is over and above where we are right now. But as you know, this is we have to maintain this facility at NBA standards. If they say you have to change the lights on the scoreboard, then you have to change the lights on the scoreboard. So there are certain things that we have to do. These were all like either roof repairs, replacement, panel repairs, replacement. And part of, and I kind of want to put a pin in that for you, part of what we are doing with the Accelerate Memphis funds is to allocate a piece of that to establish a CapEx fund to handle these kind of things so it doesn't have to come out of our general fund. But that's why you see a transfer in a minute, because this fund can only take those monies that are specific to the arena fund.
And again, typically this is a budget flat. This comes in from the MLG&W water pilot of $2.5 million a year, and that's established. I think you guys have already approved the budgets coming in for MLG&W, and so those amounts will not change. Next slide. The pre-K fund, again, just the most exciting, almost the most exciting of our new funds. We have an adopted budget of FY21 of $4 million. Our forecast is set at $4 million. But you will see in FY22, we are proposing a budget there of $6 million to transfer out, as that was our obligation. So we have two possible fund sources here, and that is a piece of the property tax revenue as per your agreement last year, and as the budget is approved this year, unless that allocation changes for that percentage to come out of our property taxes, we do anticipate another, it's approximately a penny of our allocation that goes to our pre-K fund. Next page. This is kind of the easy one, unemployment fund. It is pretty, I'm going to go ahead and answer. I just wish Chase was here because I know he would ask me this. Why is your proposed lower than your FY21 adopted budget when we are in the middle of high unemployment? We are self-employed, and because of the budgeting that we've been able to do, we did not have any layoffs. So part of this fund, part of what we are forecasting and seeing is just a part of our normal course of business of when those particular people have separation from the city of Memphis that are still eligible for unemployment. Next page, please. This is the proposed for the sales tax referendum, and I know we've put a lot of conversation around this. The mayor's talked to you about it. I talked to you about it in our overview, but it was kind of in an overview. But for full transparency, to see the full budget that we are asking you to approve, we wanted to kind of, so you could see out where we were. And this is a little bit different format because I wanted to just hone in a little bit on the revenue side of this. You know, when we first started estimating what this was going to look like, this was all pre-pandemic, we thought we were going to be about 52 million. That's the number that we kept using year over year. But when we came into our adopted budget, we were expecting to take some pretty big hits. And if you remember, even in the general fund, we were anticipating that the sales tax was going to be down. So what happened, so I'm going to push you over to the projected adjustments. What happened is revenue came in really, really strong, and we are projecting we're going to have about $62 million of revenue that will come in this year. So as we go down through those next items, if you recall from our conversations when the sales tax referendum was passed, there are some required contributions.
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Is that better? And that's not going to change. Oh, I can hear it now. Thank you. The annual health care reserve, as you can see, we were originally adopted for $2 million, but we weren't sure what that was going to look like or how that was going to play out. So we are projecting in FY21 that could be up to $4 million, but we are proposing in FY22 to come back to $2 million. I'm so sorry, I jumped the line. We're $3 million because of the decrease. We're on the required reoccurring healthcare expense for active. We originally thought that would be about $3 million, and in accordance with what Chief Smith shared with us, those are lower than we expected. So we're projecting $1 million for FY21 and for FY22. And our required reoccurring OPEB for our retirees, we originally thought that was going to be about $10 million when we worked with our actuaries to kind of look to see who the possibilities could come back in and how much that would cost us. We found today that is not quite as expensive as we thought, and so our projected adjustment this year for that expense is $6 million, and we are projecting and proposing $7 million for FY22 budget. The next pieces, again, are those that we talked about, especially with our state comptroller's office, that you needed to set up reserves out of this account to take out the volatility of both the healthcare costs, OPEB costs, and your pension costs, because as you know, our ADC changes every single year. So those numbers that we have highlighted there for you basically is money each year that will be held in a restricted reserve inside this account, specifically to handle those expenses. So as you can see from our FY21 projected adjustments, against that revenue of $62 million, we are requiring about $23 million for our reoccurring and our reserves. So the other thing we had in FY21 was that allocation that is for the active health care for police and fire, and we budgeted that at $6 million each, and you see that $12 million that entry into our general fund. What we looked at for 21, again, is this wonderful opportunity that we've been talking about today, recruiting and retaining quality police officers and firefighters, and how critical that is. So we have had some success in recruiting, as you guys mentioned today, and thank you for that. But because of our current environment and the competition that continues to be out there, we just simply haven't been able to recruit at the pace that we need. And so, as Mayor shared with you in his overview the other day with me, that we have worked with MPD and MFD leadership, our executive leadership here and the senior leadership team, and the leadership of MPA and IAFF, and we worked hard to develop a way to find a way to plan to recruit and retain police officers and firefighters. And so through this plan, subject to your approval, and with an amendment to our FY21 budget as well, we would be able to put this plan into action. And again, at its core is 9% of basic salary bonus for all sworn police and fire personnel to be paid out this summer and winter. And following that, with an agreement to stay on the job through FY24, the opportunity for another 9% payout in each one of those years. So together with the moderate pay raise that we have proposed to you in this budget, we believe that this will make us much more competitive for recruiting talent and will be a significant influence on retaining the valuable talent that we already have. And most importantly, this is budget neutral to the general fund. So this is money that would come in from the referendum fund into the general fund that will enable us to pay out these bonuses through this for the next 3 years for this time period. So you would see, and unfortunately, and we talked about this again in our overview, because of the late timing of this agreement, I mean, this happened just last week, related to what is surely, I think, an extraordinary financial incentive for recruitment and retainment. The presentations that you viewed both and approved for fire and police did not have this amount in, okay, did not share this amount, and we committed to you to bring that to you in wrap up, but it is budget neutral to the general fund. So this is kind of the plan for allocating that out. If you look into, please, the FY21 projected adjustments column, you see the additional retention offset to active fire of 6.5, retention offset to active MPD is 6.5, bringing our total, if you bring that total down, a public safety expenditures and reserves out of that $62 million this year to approximately $48 million. So that leaves $14 million in the fund. And upon the agreement of all of those groups that I just mentioned to you, the proposal was to put $10 million into our asphalt paving and street maintenance, and to put an additional $4 million into our pre-K fund, and that is the budget also you saw on the pre-K fund. So allocating the money this year out of that and proposing into FY22 a very similar plan and platform, but you do see an increase in the retention offset to ensure that we have the money to make sure that those retention and recruitment bonuses are available to be paid out. So that brings into FY22 with the same amount of revenue, being somewhat conservative. We use the same amount of revenue over. That would bring our estimated remaining proceeds of $15 million that could be allocated, and again, agreed upon an allocation of $10 million for the asphalt paving and street maintenance, street improvements, and another $5 million in FY22 to the pre-K education fund, fully allocating that fund for FY22 as well. Next page. We also talked a little bit about the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, or as is now being referred to as ARPA. The mayor briefed you on the proposed usage of some of the Rescue Plan Act funds, and I know we had some conversations surrounding that. But basically, we had the first thing we wanted to take care of is to try to stabilize our funds. We have a revenue replacement allocated and estimated for FY21 that will bring us even in our budget of $26 million. And for FY22, an allocation and revenue replacement of approximately $18 million. And then again, we talked about the FY21 hotel motel revenue replacement. We also have calculated a revenue replacement for the downtown TDZ and a small revenue replacement for the AutoZone debt service fund as well. With an estimated amount of allocation, and this is again preliminary, we have not received our funds yet, of approximately $84 million. We are anticipating approximately 59.4 of that for revenue replacement across various funds. Then we also talked to you a little bit about some of our other city-owned and managed assets and setting aside a piece for them of revenue replacement that could be approximately $8 million. And then also the mayor presented to you that he wanted to reserve for employee premium pay approximately $16.4 million. And we did receive some additional guidelines on May 10th related to the premium pay and other areas of the ARPA funding. We are still in the process of reviewing that legally and administratively to ensure that what we are proposing here is in accordance with those guidelines, and to ensure that we are, just as with the CARES Act, that we are following the guideline and that we are allocating this money appropriately under those guidelines. So our intent for the amounts to be received within the next day or two is to fully allocate or reserve those funds for those items that I have listed here for you. We can go into 22, but again, those are all projections, and we can see how those roll out. But we have based the FY22 budgets for the hotel motel on this projected revenue replacement and on the TDZ replacement and the AutoZone funding replacement. So that kind of wraps up all the special revenue funds. They used to be a little more simple than this, but as we move into these types of funding allocations from the federal government that have these stringent guidelines, we want to make sure that we are giving you transparent information and that we are giving you all the information you need to make a decision for the proposed budget that we have presented to you. And with that, that is the Finance Division conclusion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from council members? Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Chief Ford, I know that during the capital presentation, there was 19.5 asphalt paving cover line, and then there's 10 million here. So will the total amount proposed for this next year be 29.5?
I can speak to that, Councilman. That with an allocation from this fund, it's street maintenance, so it doesn't necessarily have to be asphalt. It can be any kind of street maintenance. It can be, bus shelters, LED street lights, curb and gutter, right-of-way, street sweeping. So what we've done since as Ms. Ford said, we just got that kind of allocation agreement together. I've asked Mr. Connect and Mr. Belen to come back with a list of things that we might be able to how we might be able to allocate that money. So the 19 million for street paving is probably about all we're going to be able to get done if we really push ourselves. But as you know, we have many needs in street maintenance, and that's what I've asked them to bring together. They just provided me their final input today. So if we need to make a modification, we'll bring that back to you. It would be, right now, I'm not proposing a transfer out of that money today until I tell you what I'm transferring out for.
Okay.
And so that we can have that discussion about the uses of those funds.
Good. And then, Ms. Ford, you said that under the State Street aid, there are some restricted uses. What are some of those restricted uses? Can you give me some examples of those?
Sure.
Or permitted uses?
Yes, so they're permitted uses. So one of them, the first allocation that comes out of this is for mass transit, and we are allowed to allocate 22.2%. Don't know, that's just the number, 22.2% of this, and that's the first allocation we make out of this. Then the others is through our city engineering and public works, and it is specifically related to those expenditures on our streets. So, but it could be, as you know, it can be any type, and I don't have the list of them here in front of me, but our typical expenditures, it can be signal maintenance, it can be light maintenance, it can be anything specifically related to our streets. It can be curb cuts. Am I missing anything, Luana? I think those are the big ones. But so what we do each year is we take those allowable expenditures from those divisions, and then because it's always much more than what we receive, and then we allocate it, and that's what you see in the division budgets where you see the State Street aid expense recovery. That is the piece that is coming back into each one of those divisions specifically related to this revenue.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if we go back to, so I'm looking at the big budget book, and this is almost a top line number in review. I know that we have plugged in from a revenue standpoint, the 20, and I asked you this, and you gave me an answer, but so we plugged in the 26,467, and that is, in the big book is on page 4, 26,467,996. So that is so we have total revenues that we're projecting of, and this is for this current forecast. Total revenues of $800,666,645. So that's total revenues. Total expenditures that we're forecasting, $773,159,134. If we back out that 26, if we subtract our expenses from our revenues, that gives us $25,507,511. So within a couple of millions of dollars, if we don't plug in our budget, we still have revenues to cover expenses. Now, under some of the provisions of ARPA, so it's not to the point to where, and let's just say $20 million. We are plugging, if we took $20 million from our budget, based upon what I see here, and maybe you can provide some explanation, maybe I'm saying things a little bit different. If we take 20 million out of our revenues, we still will be able to cover all of the forecasted expenses for this fiscal year. Because we're saying we're projecting revenues of 800 million. We subtract 20 million, we'd be at 780 million.
Right.
We're saying we have expenditures of this current year of 773. So I go back to say, from a small, in other allowable expenditures, small businesses, aid to families, aid to households, of what I emailed you all, if you read the email about what's allowable, and I challenge you all, we will receive over the next 2 years nearly $300 million that we never would have projected. And in 6.5 years, when all of us are off of this council, we ask the question, were you able to make a difference? And if we're just plugging back the city's budget and not helping people, we have not made a difference, folks. Well, I want us to go back to the table and come up with some things to really help people. Because if we yank it out of our budget, $20 million, we still will have enough money to pay all of our bills. But currently, we have not helped anybody. Now, and I say that in a generic, I know we're doing some things, but we can really touch people in a very significant way based upon what's allowable. And I go back, the whole thing about broadband. I'm going to make a call because I talked to the CIO at the county, the CIO at Shelby County Schools, the city CIO. Broadband, it's allowable under what we can do. If we can get some of these underserved areas where they don't have to use hotspots for children and families, I want our legacy to be that after this, everybody has forgotten about this $300 million. We have some things in place for the long run with this money. So I want us to go back and, hey, let's just have a brainstorming session of how we can help people. A couple that I thought about, let's wipe out some people's way back utility bills. That's making a difference. So, and we can go back, I can go back to that email and talk about some allowable things to do. But the budget that we have right now doesn't do that. And that's what I want us to do, Colin. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, first we're going to go to Councilman Smiley, then Johnson, then Warren.
Chief Ward, I saw you nodding your head. I just want to know, from the position you sit in, you look at the numbers. I think as much as Councilman Jones, is Councilman Jones a summary of what he sees accurate? If we took away $20 million, could we still take care of the city business and also help people in a meaningful and transformational way in which Councilman Jones is suggesting?
And thank you, Councilman Smiley. And yes, that is correct. If we did not have revenue replacement into our revenues or into our general fund right now for FY21, we think we're still going to break even because, and I kind of talked about this in our Q3 review. We had some revenues that were up, we had some that were down, but overall, we were not going to have to use our unassigned fund balance for FY21 as we originally budgeted that we might have to do. That is absolutely correct. I do want to make a difference for FY22. The revenue replacement was used to balance the budget. So that's not the same story for FY22. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity there. Also, and I haven't read through all of the regulations yet, to your point, Councilman Jones, there is some discussion around whether you can actually just let this fall to the bottom line or not. So that is a very valid question. It's a good question, but I wanted to make sure that we allocated and made some allotment for us to do this to make sure that we were stabilizing our general fund. Now, to your point, yes, I know we've spent a lot of money, or a pretty good piece of our CARES money in our economic development, and I think our community is better for it. I think they are appreciative of what the city was able to do with some of those funds to help them. We agree that economic development is another big piece of the allowable uses here, in addition to the premium pay and the revenue replacement and the broadband and infrastructure, not just in broadband, but in sewer. So there's also some opportunity there. One of the things we try to do holistically when we look at this is that, I'm going to point you back to the Accelerate Memphis. We were kind of ahead of where everybody was thinking in terms of we need to get broadband out to our community. And there's a significant piece, I want to say it's $7.5 million, $8 million in our Accelerate Memphis that is dedicated solely to broadband. So, to your point, Councilman Jones, maybe there's some availability there. If we have ARPA funds that can go to broadband, then that would free up additional money in our Accelerate Memphis that we might be able to put out in other community initiatives that we've talked about. I guarantee you, if you gave me $300 million in Accelerate Memphis, we could spend it wisely and effectively across our communities. So I think there's a wonderful opportunity for you to approve a budget that kind of captures all of that and enables us to be able to do that. And yes, $20 million out into our community does make a difference. It absolutely makes a difference.
Okay, so the answer to my question, generally speaking, and Councilman John is correct. So my thoughts, if this body decides to take $20 million and create some type of program that we believe is transformational for folks in the city of Memphis, the city itself, as we function, would not necessarily be in a worse position. Or is that too long of a question? FY21, but then we talk about FY22. Will we be in a deficit in FY22 if we took away the $20 million?
No, so the $20 million for operating purposes, the $20 million, it's two separate fundings. The revenue replacement for FY21, which we calculated to potentially be at $26 million, and then the revenue replacement for FY22 that we have budgeted. We used revenue replacement to meet our budget for FY22. So it would be detrimental in 22 to take away our ARPA with revenue replacement, but in FY21, currently we are projecting that it would not, that we would still break even.
Okay, so for FY22, what would that deficit be if we took
$18 million.
$18 million. So,
yes.
So instead of what Councilman Jones is suggesting, suggesting $20 million. You would suggest that $2 million would be more realistic.
No. The total for revenue replacement is a total of $42 million.
Okay.
25 for this year. So instead of 25, I'm saying it would only be 5. But next year it's another 18 million. So what would be left would be 23 million, even if we use 20 million this year. So the total between the two of them is roughly 43 million over 2 fiscal years.
Gotcha. Well, I said Councilman Ford, Chief Ford. Sorry, Councilman Ford. Chief Ford. It's getting late.
If I could just add one bit of context to you, Councilman Smiley. If you'll look at the ARPA budget, and the discussion that you're having, Mr. Jones, is a good one. You'll recall in the FY22 budget, there's what we have presented to you leaves $51 million of ARPA unallocated, which can be used for all of the things that you talked about, broadband, sewer infrastructure. So, Mr. Smiley, in FY22, I would suggest we leave the revenue replacement, which keeps our budget balanced, but we have to have a conversation about how we spend the additional $51 million to make a difference.
I think the council can spend that.
Well, we certainly understand that we know we can do it, so I know y'all can do it. So, but just one other thing to remember, The CARES Act did not allow us to do any revenue replacement. We had $118 million, and all we could do was cover additional costs. So this gives us the ability to make ourselves whole. And in that CARES, we spent north of $20 million helping people. And we've also got another emergency rental assistance coming in the tune of $28 million this year. And next year, another equivalent of approximately $25 million to help people for rental and utility assistance. So there's a lot of help coming to Memphians for rental and utility assistance to the tune of about $60 million over 2 years. And we couldn't agree more that broadband is critical. We have to close the gap. That's why we allocated $8 million in Accelerate Memphis. So the question really is whether, as Councilman Jones suggested, in FY21, this fiscal year's budget, you decide to do something with that $26 million instead of revenue replace, or you're talking about the $51 million in FY22 that comes from the federal government. We still have to allocate the money in a way that makes sense for our community. And so we welcome that conversation and developing those priorities. And we have some thoughts that we'll offer to you, obviously, in that they're just not mature enough at this point to offer them for FY22. So I just appreciate the dialogue.
Thank you, Chief Ford, Chief McGowan. Council members, look like we need to get to work.
Councilman Johnson?
Yeah, I have one general question. Is it necessary, I guess it would be necessary for the revenues to actually come in before you can shift and use the additional funds? So is this a timing issue as well in regards to this spending?
Absolutely. That is a wonderful question. So one of the things, we can project revenues, and when we do this budget in March, we're looking to see what's going to happen in April, May, and June. And so I certainly, what we did was I compared where I thought we were going to land in FY21 back to our FY19 revenues, which was the requirement, our last pre-pandemic year, for those specific line items. So it's kind of a little bit of a balancing act. If I don't meet all the revenues that I've projected, then I can use additional revenue replacement. If my revenue comes in higher than I'm projecting, then that's less revenue replacement for that specific line item that I can use. But yes, ma'am, it's very much timing. And that's why when we propose our budget for FY22, the revenue replacement is based on the revenue that we're budgeting or proposing to you to approve. So if I'm budgeting revenues that exceed, or if we receive revenues that exceed our budget, that would be less of revenue replacement that I could use for specific line items. Because it is very specific that the revenue replacement must be for those revenue line items that are impacted by the pandemic. So the things that we kind of talked about, the beer tax, the mixed drink tax, the court fees, court costs, the things that were very specifically impacted from the result of the pandemic.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Just a couple questions. One, we were talking about how do we get our fund balance back to an area that we think is going to keep our borrowing costs low. If I know you, Chief Ford, somehow I think that's where that $20 million was sort of earmarked. And as we're looking at this, it seems to me like we might be able to do a little of both. If we're going to have money going into broadband, and we know that we've got, a problem with people getting murdered, it seemed to me like this would be a good place for us to think about, funding our group violence intervention program as something that we could do that would actually help our community and save lives. So as we're thinking about where we go with this money, I think some of it may be that we want to protect our fund balance, but I think Councilman Jones is right. If we've got a way that we can make a difference here in people's lives, I think we should do it. And in my mind, one of the ways we can make a real big difference in people's lives is keeping them alive. We've got this plan where we know this is going to require a lot of extra employees. We're going to have more social workers and more gang violence intervention interrupters and, all of these things that are going to be necessary to help people. And I hope as a council, we think about that too, because this is a part of infrastructure that we're dealing with. It's just like having daycare and having after school and having pre-K, having an intervention in people's lives to save them is really important. So, council members, as we look into this and where we want to put this money, this may not be the flashiest thing to do, but if we can lower our murder rate by 10% a year for 10 years, it will be huge in what it would do for our community. So those are my thoughts, and I think that fund balance reduction and doing all these other things are great ideas, but we need to put that in the back of our heads as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council members? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, assume you're all ready to vote on the Finance Division operating budget. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Opinion chair, the ayes have it. Finance Division operating budget's approved. All right, now we're going to go to one more item on the agenda, which is the debt service funds.
Councilman, may I also, I just want to, we have this great group of people here, and all the team that has been here, and Director Zena and Director Massey. We also have 4 analysts that are in their office watching and listening to our finance budget presentations, and I appreciate them, as well as many of you know Dee Hubbard, who is not only my executive assistant, but also kind of our office administrator. And I couldn't be here without them, because they are the team that I rely on. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank them and to let you know that there's a whole bunch of other people watching you, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Before, I wanted to publicly just say how much I appreciate the opportunity. Being comptroller, I came in 2 weeks before the pandemic. So just being the comptroller and managing 4 departments, and then with all the change in budget, Chief Ford gave me the opportunity, and it's been a huge learning curve. I never had full budget experience at FedEx. I had a little bit, but I just wanted to publicly thank you for the opportunity to oversee the budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
All right, can I get a motion and a second on the debt service fund? All right, moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Jones. And just a heads up, we will be voting on this, but I imagine if we tried to change anything or if we voted against this, it would put us in violation of our bond covenants and could have some drastic consequences to the city. So we're going to hear a presentation on it and then vote if there are no questions. All right. Chief Ford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, council members. And the other piece of the importance that this finance division covers is also our debt service fund. And presenting for this portion of our division is Deputy Director Andre Walker, who has been with the city for quite some time and has a great deal of bond experience. And happily today, he also presented to the Public Building Authority to get approval for our Accelerate Memphis bond issues, and was quite successful in that. So thank you, Deputy Walker. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ford. Let's go to slide 2, please. Fund overview. So the debt service fund is used primarily to assure the timely payment of debt service on most of the city's outstanding bonds. It excludes bonds issued for enterprise funds, such as the sanitary sewer system and stormwater system. The primary source of revenue for the debt service fund is property tax revenues and local ops and sales tax revenues. The debt service fund gets about a little over 31% of the allocated property tax revenues and 7% of the local ops and sales tax revenues, excluding the half-cent incremental for the sales tax referendum. Other sources of revenues include special revenues pledged to pay special revenue debt, federal subsidy payments, and transfers from other funds to pay certain debt obligations. There's 3 types, next slide, please. There's 3 types of debt that's administered in the debt service fund: general obligation debt, appropriation debt, and special revenue debt. General obligation debt is secured by the city's full faith and credit and tax authority and repaid primarily using property tax revenues. Types of GO debt include GO bonds, commercial paper, as well as the proposed loan agreement with the new Memphis Arena Public Building Authority that will provide funding for Accelerate Memphis. Then we have appropriation debt. Appropriation debt is secured by the city's pledge to annually appropriate funds to pay the debt service on the debt. And it includes capital leases and other obligations. And then finally, we have special revenue debt, which is secured and repaid by specific pledged revenues. And these bonds are usually issued to fund economic development projects. Next slide. So looking at the general obligation debt, this is a snapshot of the city's outstanding general obligation debt as of the end of this fiscal year, June 30th. You'll see we have a little over $1.2 billion in GO bonds outstanding and $150 million in commercial paper. That gives us total GO debt outstanding of just under $1.4 billion. The proposed budget includes $148 million in payment of debt service on the city's GO debt, existing GO debt. Take a look at the first bond issue at the top, the Series 2028 bonds. Those are GO bonds. They were issued this past November, but they were issued to provide funding for the convention center, $25 million in funding for the convention center, and $5 million in funding for other projects within the Pinch District. Because those bonds provided funding for projects within the Pinch District and within the TDZ, downtown TDZ, the city can use surplus TDZ revenues to pay the debt service on those bonds. And we've included in the budget about $3.1 million in debt service on those bonds. Two rows down from that, you see the general improvement bonds, Series 2018. A portion of those bonds were issued to provide $175 million in funding for the convention center project. Although those, again, are GO bonds and secured by the city's full faith and credit and taxing authority, because they were issued for improvements to the convention center, the city can use hotel motel tax revenues to pay the debt service on those bonds. The debt service on that portion of those bonds is $6.6 million. And Chief Ford alluded to this earlier, but we're going to use $6.6 million in hotel motel tax revenue to pay the debt service on that portion of those bonds that were issued to fund $175 million in improvements to the convention center. And you will see a transfer from the hotel motel tax fund into the debt service fund in an amount of $6.6 million. Next slide, please. Now we have appropriation debt. So the city has currently outstanding three types of appropriation debt. We got the Port Commission bonds, solid waste capital leases, and qualified energy conservation bonds. The Port Commission bonds were issued in 2011 by the Port Commission on behalf of the city and the county to the benefit of the Electrolux project. The city and county pays the debt service on those bonds 50-50. The city's portion of the bonds, or debt service on the bonds, is about $1.4 million next year, and that's included in the budget. Solid waste capital lease, we have about $7.5 million in capital leases outstanding. Debt service on those leases is about $2.6 million less next year. And you'll see later on a transfer from the solid waste fund in the amount of $2.6 million into the debt service fund to cover those capital lease debt service payments. Then finally, we have qualified energy conservation bonds. We have about $4 million outstanding, and the debt service on those bonds is about $1.2 million. Next slide, please. Special revenue bonds. So downtown TDZ revenue bonds, got about $123 million outstanding. Estimated debt service on those bonds next year is $15.6 million. And as I mentioned before, the bonds that the GO bonds that the city issued this past November can be paid using surplus TDZ revenues. AutoZone Park Baseball Stadium bonds, $15.3 million outstanding. Debt service on those bonds is $2.1 million, and those bonds are payable using leases, pilot payments, and sales tax rebates on products sold within the baseball stadium. Next slide, please. We also have included in the debt service fund budget estimated debt service on budgets on debt that is in the pipeline that has yet to be issued. Let's start with the general obligation debt. we're going to come before City Council in June, either the 1st or 2nd, present you with bond documents and resolution that would authorize the issuance of GO bonds to retire the city's outstanding $150 million in commercial paper. Estimated debt service on those bonds next fiscal year is about $4.9 million, and it's included in the budget. That's the revenue debt. The City Council has approved the issuance or the borrowing from Edge for the Liberty Park TDZ project. Estimated debt service on those bonds next fiscal year is $1.9 million. We're going to use bond proceeds to pay the debt service on those bonds. When we look at the revenues within the debt service fund, you'll see a use of restricted fund balance of $1.9 million. That would be the bond proceeds that would be used to pay the debt service on those bonds. And then finally, we have appropriation debt. Current interest bonds for Accelerate Memphis. This is the up to $29 million in bonds that will be issued through Edge for Accelerate Memphis. Estimated debt service on it is just $900,000, and it's included in the debt service, in the proposed budget for the debt service fund. Next slide, please. So we'll take a look at the proposed or projected revenues for the debt service fund. At the very top, you see property tax revenues, $119 million. Again, most of the debt service or the revenue in the debt service fund comes from property tax revenues. About 4 lines below that, 4 or 5 lines below that, $9.7 million for local option sales tax. Line below that, $1 million for local portion of the TDZ associated with the downtown TDZ. And then we have the state portion of $9 million, again, for the downtown TDZ. 2 lines below that, federal grants, $13.6 million. Historically, we've only received $2 million in change. That is the ARPA money that Chief Ford was speaking about, the revenue replacement monies from the ARPA. Majority of that, about $11 million in change, is ARPA funds. We continue to expect to receive the same historic $2.2 million in subsidy payments from the federal grants. Below that, we have transfers in State Street 8. There was a question about one of the uses of State Street 8 funds. Well, we can use State Street 8 funds to pay the debt service on bonds that were issued to fund street pavements or repaving. So we get about $1.8 million in transfers from the State Street 8. Solid waste, 2.6. That's a transfer in to cover the lease payments on the solid waste capital leases. A little bit below that, $6.6 million transfer in from the hotel motel fund. Again, that's paid the debt service on the 2018 GO bonds. And then here at the bottom, we have that $1.9 million bond proceeds that will be set aside to pay the debt service on the Liberty Park bonds that we expect to issue in July. Next slide, please. And these are the expenditures in the debt service fund. We're going to pay approximately $177.6 million in principal and interest. That's the majority of the expenditures in the debt service fund. We do have $1.1 million for materials and supplies. That is mostly about $700,000 of that is associated with the city's commercial paper program, where we pay the remarketing agent and we pay State Street Bank to serve as liquidity provider for the commercial paper program in the event that the remarketing agent cannot place the commercial paper. We have another $400,000 in change or so for miscellaneous professional expenses or services, about a couple of $100,000 in change for consulting fees for co-bond counsel, co-disclosure counsel, co-finance advisors, and then about $100 and something thousand, I think, which will go to the general fund to reimburse the general fund for a portion of the salaries of the members of the debt management team. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Yes, I think wondering about the commercial paper. How much money will we actually save by retiring the commercial paper with the funds?
So we have the city's commercial paper program. It's a $150 million program. Once we issue commercial paper $25 million at a time. Just last week, we issued the final $25 million in commercial paper that was authorized. So we cannot issue any more commercial paper because we have a limit of $150 million. And what we do every 18 months or so is issue bonds to retire and pay off the outstanding commercial paper and seek authorization for a new $150 million in commercial paper. In June, we're going to come before this body to seek authorization for a new $150 million commercial paper. But we are, right now, we got great rates on our commercial paper. Just recently, the most recent roll, we're paying 11 basis points on commercial papers, which is very low, very low. So the commercial paper program saves the city of Memphis a lot of money annually.
General amount of a lot?
Let's see, if we were to issue bonds, $150 million in bonds, at a rate of, I'm gonna give a very low rate, 2%. That's $3 million a year. At 11 basis points on $150 million, my math ain't that good. I would guess, let's see, 1% would be 101.5 million. 10 basis points would be 150,000. So about 225,000 versus $3 million.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilman Jones?
Thank you. I tell you, this particular part of our budget is the most comprehensive that we've had since I've been on the council. So thank you all for this. You know, I've always been wanting to say more information is better than not enough information. So you all have provided a great deal of information. I'm looking at pages 8 and 9. So as proposed, expenditures will exceed revenues by about $4 million.
That's correct.
178.8 versus 174.7. Without the $11 million from ARPA, we would have been at 163 and 178. So delta of about 15 there. What would we have done without ARPA? And would we be facing the same challenge next year? And then what about the year after that?
So currently, I think as of June 30th, the debt service fund had a fund balance of about $64 million. However, $15 million of that was set aside to pay the final $15 million in commercial paper. Okay. So we had a net committed balance of $49 million. Okay. We're going to use that fund balance to cure that deficiency or shortage in revenues. And we projected over time, we're at 49 is going to, this year also, we're going to use a little fund balance as well. Think about a couple of $1 million, $2 or $3 million, even once we consider the ARPA funds. Mm-hmm. So we're projecting to draw down the fund balance over the next few years until we get to FY 2027 when it'll jump back up again.
Gotcha. Okay, I just didn't see it here and taking it into context what the balance was. This is just showing I didn't see the balance sheet part of it. Right. This was just the income and expenditure part of it.
Yes, sir.
And Councilman Jones, if I can add, that's the important piece, really the important piece of the ARPA funding that allows us to go back and look at FY19 and replace revenue replaced on FY19, not just what the difference was for this year in terms of, like looking at some of the revenues that he's received, but I went back and looked at some of we'll just use the downtown TDZ. In FY19, that revenue was $20.5 million. And we're projecting for FY21 that to be about $16 million. So that's almost $4.5 million that we can literally drop into our debt service fund as revenue replacement. So it really makes a difference that we're allowed to go back and look at a pre-pandemic year for some of these revenue replacements, specifically downtown TDZ. And Director Walker can tell you that the TDZ revenue is collected from July 1
July through June.
through June.
And then we receive it annually in September.
So the money that we're projecting to receive in September of this year is going to be almost a full pandemic year, whereas our last payment only had a couple of months of pandemic in it. So that's why you see a difference in replacement, like the estimated replacement for downtown TDZ for FY22 that we're asking for our budget is about 10.5, because we're only projecting revenue of about 10 million based on this being almost a full pandemic year. So that's where the real nuances of being able to go back and look at the FY21 revenues really makes a difference for things like our debt service fund.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. What are the requirements or recommendations for how much we have to keep in the fund balance?
The debt service fund balance target is about 1/12 of the debt service payment. So that'll put us right now around, we got 177, 178
Total payments.
Total payments. So about $14 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Any other questions from council members? All right, seeing none, I assume you're ready to go to a voice vote. All those in favor of the debt service fund signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
There they are. All those opposed? Opinion chair, the ayes have it. Debt service fund is approved. Any other business